How's it going? Welcome back. Same shtick as last time. We got a lot of story missions to do, but same things go. Every time the stream boss dies, I pull. Every time someone gets a sub, I pull. We might add more rules as we go. You never know. I'll post a reminder every time someone pops into chat as well. But without further ado, now we got to go sit through the blinding light that is the loading screen of this game, as we always do. A little bit of an update while we're here. I'm going to be very busy over the next 2 weeks, so this might be the last stream for a while. I don't know how much spare time I will have throughout the week moving forward. But now that the holidays are over, I have a little bit less free time. Those of you on my YouTube will probably still have some content every now and then because I will be editing some clips and streams every now and then. But for the most part, streaming will be on the low, but YouTube will still moving forward. I also want to take some time to work on my comics again since I haven't been doing that in a while. Maybe we'll do a stream for making another Waffles video if people want that. Until next time. This has been the intro update. Back to gameplay. When I was testing to see if the game would take my cards, putting money in the game, I tried out by buying that monthly bonus thingy. So every day we log in, we're getting 90 Primo Gems. Which means every 2 days, that's a pull. So if you guys want to start hurting my wallet, you're going to have to burn through that quickly. Alright, we are going to start with this mission, which is Dainsleif Chapter 1, Act 4. Chapter 1 was basically the Archon quest. Which means we want to still do Act 1 stuff. So, Chapter 1, Act 4, we will be reunited. That's part of this quest, I'm assuming. Because this is required other quests, so I'm assuming it requires us to do this one. Bough Keeper Dainsleif.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly?
I'm recruiting new allies. More companions would be nice.
Is that so? Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all. But recruiting such dependable companions is no easy matter, is it?
It is not.
Yep. And it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately, dressed in most unusual clothes.
Blonde. Dresses all funny. It feels like Paimon's heard this one before.
Yes, it's almost like someone with that description is standing next to you, Paimon.
Wait, do you mean...
Could it be?
Does that stranger's face look anything like his?
Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
So some distant relative of Kaya's then.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
But Kaya told us eye patches are proof of relation.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, but be happy to accept a fellow adventurer's requests.
Makes sense to me. Some people don't like unions. I used to be one of those people, but I love unions now. United we stand. Divided we get suppressed by corporate entities that claim to be individuals.
And should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey.
Sounds like a tough customer.
Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city, even now.
These days, honorary knights are usually just celebrities.
Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Who?
He stands guard at the city gate,
Oh,
so
him.
he may know something about that stranger. I wish you every success, adventurer.
Dainsleif Prelude. We unlocked a new quest. Getting to AR 30 is not going to be an issue when we have this many quests to do.
Honorary knight. Is something the matter?
I'm looking for a stranger with an eye patch.
A stranger with an eye patch. Let me think. Oh yeah, I remember seeing someone like that. A blonde stranger dressed in unusual garb. He was wandering all over Mondstadt at first, which I found rather suspicious. So I decided to keep an eye on him for a while. I lost him pretty quickly. Still, I didn't think that this was such a huge matter that we needed our outrider to pursue him by air.
Oh, Amber's going to find him. Cool, let's go talk to Amber then.
As long as Master Jean is here, there's nothing to fear from some suspicious, unusual-looking person.
That might be true, but if it were up to Jean, she'd take this way more seriously.
That is true. But on the other hand, knowing that Master Jean may overreact to the situation is all the more reason to not tell her, no? Anyways.
I don't know if that tracks.
He was at Wagner's smithy for a while before I tried tailing him. He might have said something to Wagner.
Nice, my favorite Mondstadt NPC.
You should go ask him. Maybe he has more news about our stranger.
Bowkeeper Dainsleif. Keep going.
No wonder you're a master.
What? You need something?
This guy's like Andre. He never stops hitting that anvil. Looking for a stranger with an eye patch.
Yeah, I remember him. He showed up a few days ago asking to buy a bunch of forging materials. Can't say I've heard of any of the materials he mentioned, though. He then had a look at the weapons in my shop before leaving. I've heard that he can be found drinking at the Angel's Share. If the Knights of the Guild want to get hold of him, that's the only place to be.
The Angel's Share? Well, Master Diluc probably has his eye on that stranger too then.
Makes sense to me.
Anyway, let's go to the Angel's Share and have a look.
This is my favorite type of quest, where it's just going from person to person. Hey, Miss Flora, set those flowers out. You just can't pick any you want. Who is this? How have I not noticed this NPC? I think I have a new favorite NPC, everybody. Look at this man. Pompadour. He's got a Tory on his backpack. He's got sunglasses, a mustache, and a purple motif? What do you sell, man? It's been a while, hasn't it? Hello, Lieben. How have you been? I have never met you before. I'd say I found a proverbial light at the end of the tunnel at last. After returning from Sumeru previously, I did a quick cargo run to Inazuma. Since then, things are looking so hot in Sumeru, I decided I'd try my luck in Fontaine instead. This guy has been everywhere! I was just going to observe the market a little. You know, and if I made a little capital back, well, you wouldn't see me complaining. Never could have been prepared for how much the locals are loved in Inazuma goods. Miss Hina, merchandise. Well, that's wonderful. People of Fontaine are messing about with merchant mechanical devices, and relatively few, by contrast, spend time developing such trinkets as these. I suppose that the scarcity of principle for you. Well, if it didn't look like dark clouds were gathering there too. I have made a few more trips for sure. What's going on over there? Well, things feel oppressive and dangerous, you know. Like a storm's about to break out. The locals were very antsy. Said judgment was soon to come, or something like that. I suggest you refrain from going there, lest you get yourself in trouble. Can't easily get out of. I'll bear that in mind. Well then, our arrangement shall be the same as always. I'm here for my box of marvels. Items needed today are as such. Cool. I get to trade apples and stuff for primo gems and books? That's cool. We gotta talk to this guy more often. It looks like we trade him supplies and he gives us cool stuff. I think with that... Oh, I keep forgetting to upgrade Amber. We should do that. I think I said we were going to do that, but I keep forgetting to. Perform 4 consecutive strikes. Range stamina over time, perform continuous spinning attacks against all nearby enemies. The end with a sequence of powerful flash, plunging attack. This is expensive. When Noel's normal and charge attacks hit a target, they have a certain chance to regenerate HP for all characters. Possess 150% damage. This is the one we want to upgrade. When Noel is in the party but not on the field, creates a shield. Damage equal 400% Noel's defense. Alright. Enter tavern. Isn't Deluxe supposed to be here? I guess we'll ask Charles. Can I sit and talk to Charles? Yes, yes I can.
What will it be? Grape juice or apple cider?
Another day, another lack of alcoholic options. Oh, I didn't realize Aether wasn't old enough to drink. I don't know how old Aether is.
Hey, Charles! Have you seen a blonde stranger who wears an eye patch around here by any chance?
That I have. He comes here every night. Just to drink, though. Doesn't order anything else. He even sometimes mixes his own drinks after he orders them. I don't know anything else about him, but from his selections and mixes, I'd say that he's quite the connoisseur.
And what's Master D-Luke's opinion?
Why, I just gave it to you. Quite the connoisseur.
Investigating everything as always. Guess that's D-Luke for you.
To me, it made it sound like he's not investigating him.
If you're looking for that gentleman, he ordered some new bottle of wine in advance yesterday, so he should be here today too. There's too many raucous patrons on the first floor, so if you want to wait, best to go to the second.
Alright. Wait for our mystery guest. Where does this door go? Oh, you can go out. You can leave the tavern from upstairs. And there's a third floor, apparently. We'll sit by ourselves like a loner. I'll wait on the seat by the railing.
I need to learn to handle my booze better. You are a close friend.
I want to be able to see the bar. Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Ah, welcome, sir. The wine that you previously ordered is here.
He's really here? Let's go downstairs and have a look.
Let's not jump the railing like a crazy person. And he's gone. Oh, he's over here. I am an adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. No, I'm the honorary minded Mondstadt. Go open with that. Why do I always get the shitty choices when talking to people? Oh, now we get the option that I wanted to open with. How do you do? I'm the honorary knight of Favonius.
Wow, he's got no intention of paying us any mind, huh?
So, I'm a traveler.
A traveler, you say? Why are you traveling?
Why does that get his attention? Should have said Outlander. Like, I too am an Outlander. I'm looking for my lost relative.
Well, that's as good a reason as any. Sit down over there, then.
There's already a drink there, too.
So, guess we've broken the ice. What a weird guy.
No, Paimon. We are the weird ones. It's the Phantom of the Opera.
That little one beside you.
My best chum.
Uh-huh. We're the best of friends.
We had another option for emergency food. I refused to pick it. I like Paimon. 70% of the time.
It's indeed a good thing to have someone accompany you on your travels. My name's Dainsleif. I suppose you have some business with me?
Dainsleif. Huh, I was thinking it was Dainsleif. Alright, Dainsleif. Well, I was hoping to invite you to the event on an adventure with us.
Sure.
He just said yes. Where's my Staples Easy button? Huh?
It was so cold just a moment before. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
I got a bad feeling about it too, mostly because I can hear Paimon's thoughts.
But I will require advance payment.
How much?
500 mora, and 3 answered questions.
Ooh, that might be too high of a cost. I can't afford to answer 3 questions. I might not know the answers.
The 500 is a one-time fee, and we'll settle the questions in a moment.
That's it?
That's it.
Also, I didn't notice there's playing cards on the table. Wanna play Go Fish?
Well, now Paimon's got a really bad feeling. That kind of compensation can't be right.
Well, here's the 500 mora.
Thank you. Now, as for my questions, I'd like you to answer them here and now.
But you just said we weren't gonna do that. Oh, whatever. Do I need to answer them all correctly?
The answer to a question says nothing about right and wrong, only about differences in attitude.
Oh, thank God, it's a personality test. I'm good at those. Because nobody is bad at those.
I only wish to know what your choices are. You need only answer.
Oh no, he's gonna give me like what's a Sophie's choice, isn't he?
Question 1.
Oh boy.
The crisis Mondstadt faced was resolved by an alliance between yourself and that Animo Archon who calls himself Venti. Who, in your view, was the key to ending that crisis?
I don't like the option we have to answer this question because... Well, he knows that that Venti's the Animo Archon, and he's only been here for like 3 days, so... That just shows a lot either to his intelligence or how bad Venti is at hiding and keeping his secret. Which is hilarious because the church doesn't think that he's the Animo Archon, but that's about it. But I would have liked to answer his question without following it up with a question, because that's just rude.
I know everything that I should. Well, answer the question.
I'd say, yeah, the answer 3 is probably the best.
Is that your answer? I see. Question number 2.
They love dumping the credit on me, but we really didn't do all that much. We fought a dragon and really just did a bunch of MacGuffin finding than anything. So yeah, I'll say that everybody else helped more than I did. Venti certainly did a big part, but I wouldn't say it was the biggest part. What did he contribute to stopping that crisis? He talked to Dvalin twice and made fun of Paimon. Wind? Yeah, I think the wind helped just about as much as he did.
Rex Lapis, who has defended Liyue Harbor for millennia on end, used his gnosis to lay down a contract to end all contracts, of which the stipulations are still unknown.
I think this guy's watching my streams.
Who do you think will defend Liyue Harbor in the future, now that they've lost their deity?
Well, they made it very clear that it was everyone in Liyue Harbor.
So that's your answer? I see. Now for my final question.
If he asks us about something about Inazuma, I'm fucked.
This world has people who gained visions, and those who did not. Which of the two do you think hold more importance in the eyes of the gods?
Based on what Venti told us, I don't think any of them do.
So, this is your answer then?
It's also what Kaching thought.
Understand. As I thought. You really are similar to her.
What do you mean, her?
I'll take that 500 mora. And now I also understand your views on this world. As we agreed, you may now commission me. That said, I only take commissions related to the Abyss Order. Like you, I am currently on a journey. You intend to find your sibling, while I wish to oppose the Abyss.
Well, I have met some Abyss mages in the past.
Those creatures that serve the Abyss are the fangs and claws by which the Order spreads chaos in this world. I have come to Mondstadt this time while on the trail of an Abyss Herald.
An Abyss Herald?
An Abyss Herald?
The hell are those?
An even more twisted abyssal being. One that commands the Abyss Mages.
I thought the Abyss Mages were the ones commanding everybody else. Come to think of it, since the Storm Terror incident ended, we haven't...
Oh, that's right! We've just been fighting against the Fatui and Liyue, who are human too! We haven't encountered the non-human Abyss Order at all!
They're not very active in Liyue, despite the fact that every mob of Hilichurl still has an Abyss Order guy hanging around for some reason.
There's some reason behind that, I'm afraid.
Why there's not a lot of Abyss Order in Liyue?
It's possible that they may have been under orders to avoid your path.
Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Maybe they're looking for a better time to ambush us or something.
They won't defeat me.
Uh-huh. We're super duper strong.
That manner, it's just like hers.
Ooh. Ooh.
Well then, let's go see for
Specify.
ourselves, shall we? According to the leads I have on hand, the Abyss
You can hear
Order
my
has
phone going off in the
re-infiltrated the
background.
Temple of the Falcon.
According to Lee's Temple of the Falcon, that's the one that Amber took us to, right?
Let's meet up at the temple. Perhaps your questions about the Abyss will be answered there.
Whatever.
I need to learn to handle my
Alright.
even if you are a
Temple on the
close
Falcon.
friend.
Cool. Let's go out and see where the exit on the second floor leads. Cool, it's this balcony. I might enter the building from here from now on. Yes, I can enter the building from here. Yes, it is the one we went to with Amber. After this mission, we're going to try to ascend to Amber. Talk to Troubled Leanne.
This abandoned temple does bear some marks of the abyss. A falcon of the west. Though it can soar in the wind, it ultimately does naught but hover under the light of the gods.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's nothing. Let's head inside.
Are you me from the future? And I feel like it's kind of impossible to not know who this guy is playing this game if you saw, like, any of the trailers before this game came out. Or even after the game came out, because that's Yuri Lowenthal doing his voice. Most people probably remember him as the voice of Sasuke, Uchiha, from Naruto, but he is, like, the narrator of, like, the greater majority of the trailers for this game that I have seen. Recommended elements, cryo. Ugh. We will grab Kaya, I guess.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
I guess I should level fucking Kaya up because it seems cryo is like needed for so many missions. What do you need to ascend? We have that.
Not... Not bad.
Pretty sure I have a Harbinger of Dawn that I can give to him. See, I got a really nice Harbinger of Dawn. We're gonna give you the shitty one. Gosh, we have so many of these Harbinger of Dawns. I think I can get it to level 20 with these alone. I guess I have these as well. Might as well do it. Can't hurt to have too many Harbingers of Dawn, can it? Alright. That's pretty good. Slightly weaker than mine, but good nonetheless. And we have a ton of these low star stuff.
The scent of the abyss is getting stronger. It's not far now.
Paimon wonders what the Abyss Girls look like. Do they look something like the Abyss Mages?
Let's head further in first. If we do see that creature, that'll spare me the explanation either way.
Let's level up Kaya just a little bit. You just get him up to level 36. Yeah, that's close enough.
Dodge this! Don't push your luck. Cool it!
No escape!
Dodge this! Oh, so.
As a dutiful maid would. I'll catch up.
This feels a little easy for this level.
Cool it! Dodge this!
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
The hell is this thing? Whatever.
No one escapes my sight.
Freeze!
Man, Kaya is kind of bad.
Just a few abyss mages? Seems like that Herald might have already left.
He's got a better attack moveset than we do, but his, like, burst and elemental attack are kind of worse than ours. Can you tell me more about the Abyss Order?
The Abyss. It is chaos, and it is also destruction. It is a morass of inconceivable madness that encroaches upon this world's very foundations. That is why even the Dragon of the East, a servant of a deity, was unable to resist its corrosive powers. And the creatures of the Abyss desire nothing less than the overthrow of a world ruled by the Archons.
They've had a good run for about 3,700 years. Why not replace them?
You seem to know a lot about the Abyss, Dane.
Well, we do have some history.
I just realized he's kind of tall. They did say he was tall, but he is very tall.
I suppose that's as far as chit-chat goes. We should head to Wolvendom. Judging by the traces I'm following, their next appearance may be within the territory of that old wolf. Perhaps we may find our Abyss Herald there.
That's a good guess, because these wolf hooks are everywhere. Did we need to level up Kaya for this mission? No. Did we need to level him up for the meme? Maybe. I mean, there's gonna be a fight that's gonna be exceedingly difficult at some point where we're gonna need a cryo character, and as it currently stands, I don't have one. Mega Box of Marvels. Current completion progress, 1 out of 5. Oh, it's a Christmas event thing. Then we gotta level up Barbara next. As my only Hydro character.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
We'll switch parties here. Well, there's no teleport waypoint here, is there? We gotta go up this entire trail to get to Wolfendom, huh?
What's the hurry?
Amber needs treasure.
I'll race you there. Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
It's really nice that that's just a quick way right now because of our set bonus to just get instant 30% health back.
No escape! Leave it all to me. Time to clean up. I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
Off stream, I was fiddling around with the teapot a bit, and I made a little forgery section, so now I've been turning ores over there into upgrade materials. So I'm probably going to be grabbing more upgrade materials when it's convenient to do so. Also, these wolfhook berries, I have a feeling might get used at some point. So we're grabbing everything that isn't nailed down anymore.
Well, we're in Wolfendom now. Think Dane's waiting for us up ahead?
I hope he
We should
is.
meet up with him quick, in case the wolves decide they don't like him.
There's purple writing on that fire.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Lord of Wolvendom, great Wolf King of the North. Sharp of fang and keen of claw, and yet dwelling here only.
You know that wolf? You familiar with that wolf?
No, nor does it know me. I only know these things because a previous traveling companion of mine once wanted to hear its story. All right, let's go see if that Abyss Herald has stopped by here.
But where do we begin? Are you standing here because of these strange bonfires, Dane?
Yes, they are very strange. Thank you, Paimon.
Indeed. See that? Floating above the flames? It's an abyssal spell. Knowing what I do of the Order's habits, they've probably left similar marks behind elsewhere. Let's have a look nearby.
For crews related to the Abyss. Let's go high first, and then get to the bottom of this.
Bet you can't keep up with me! Speed of light! Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Looks like the Abyss really has been around here. Yikes! Where did these monsters pop out from? Let's clear them out, and quick!
Let it rain! With sword comes shadow.
Alright, one of two. Ooh, bird eggs. I need those. Cooking stuff.
No one escapes my sights. Hey, get him! Hey!
There's the fucking archer.
No escape! Do you think that those monsters by the bonfire are under the Abyss Order's control? Looks kinda scary. Let's beat them up first.
So sorry.
Why can't I climb this?
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber. Bet you can't keep up with me.
Steady as stone, as a beautiful made wood.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Whew, that's that. Let's go check out that bonfire. Looks like this bonfire's also got something to do with the Abyss.
Back to Dane. Man, these wolf hooks are everywhere in here.
I'll race you there.
Have you finished searching?
Found lots of signs of the Abyss Order.
I searched around these parts and found some signs myself, but they were left behind by Abyss mages, and there was no deeper abyssal power to them. It seems that even an Abyss Herald would not wish to make trouble with the Wolf King of the North. We should leave as well. If there's anything praiseworthy about that old wolf, it's his territorial nature.
But now we're out of leads. Are we going to have to give up?
No. There is one more place we can go. Let's get a move on then. I'll wait for you at Storm Terror's lair.
I feel like we were meant to do this earlier in the game, but he's referencing the events of Leeway, so they obviously wanted us to not do this till now.
I've heard about what happened to you during Mondstadt's crisis. When you came, this place was known as Storm Terror's lair. But I suppose that this place is more lair than Storm Terror at this point. In fact, if my memory serves, this ruin has had largely nothing to do with that dragon for a long time. The first time I laid eyes upon the ruins of old Mondstadt, the dragon of the East had yet to fall, much less come to nest in this place.
Huh? But Paimon remembers that Dvalin first got in trouble hundreds of years ago.
Don't think too much about it.
This guy's a time traveler for sure.
Do you remember the light actuators that once sealed this ruin? If the Abyss Order is interested in this location, then they will not neglect those mechanisms. Let's go see what the situation is at those light actuators.
He's got stars in his eyes.
Look! There are lots of monsters gathered over there. Let it rip! Speed of light! Nowhere to hide. Someone needs. I must leave no stone unturned. No one escapes my sight.
Oh shit, there's more.
Incoming. Speed of light. Hey! As a good knight should. Incoming. Cut to the chase. Go, Baron Bunny. No escape.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Get him.
Favonius Warbow's really good on Amber because it makes it so that we can do just crit shots, and that'll give us a lot of elemental energy for our elemental attacks. Burst!
Go, Baron Bunny.
Speed of light! With sword comes shadow.
The rain is really screwing me up there.
Oh, so in the end, we still couldn't find that Abyss Herald. Bummer.
It's quite a shame.
I wouldn't call not having to gaze upon such a creature a shame exactly. Still, I do believe that you will come across one eventually.
I spilled water on myself.
No, you're right. If it's a really powerful monster, it would be best to go around it.
How good it would be if all perils one encounters in their journeys could simply be solved by going around them.
You seem to be familiar with journeys.
Once upon a time, yes. I simply have experience from adventuring together with that traveling companion.
You know, Dane, you keep talking about that person this and that person that. Where are they now, anyway?
She no longer travels. I'm afraid that traveling can be too exhausting at times.
Oh, is that how it is? Well, why are you traveling alone then?
I still have some things left unfinished. Once they are done, I too will return home to rest.
Yep, and it's good to have a home to come back to, isn't it? We camp out a lot when we travel.
You have a teapot now.
Hey, once you find your sibling, we should find a place to stay too, shouldn't we? Mondstadt's Fisherman's Toast is pretty tasty, but Liyue's Wanmin restaurant is great too. Either way, we should settle down in a place where there's good food.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, I think.
Home. Well, it won't be too late to think about where you stay once your journey reaches its end. While you're still traveling, you should...
I sensed something familiar on that cliff.
What's familiar?
I felt it for a moment. The previous time we came here, too.
A familiar feeling, you say? It could be someone you know well, or perhaps a monster.
Could it be the Abyss?
Whichever it is, we should see it for ourselves, and thus see clearly. We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
Whoa, Dane moves really fast, doesn't he? Let's use that wind current nearby to catch up.
Those are footprints.
Can you still sense that familiar feeling that you spoke of earlier?
It's nearby.
But it doesn't feel like there's anything around here. No monsters, no people, nothing.
What about the giant footprints?
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about this place. It doesn't look any different from the last time I was here.
Last time, you say?
My traveling companion brought me here on our previous journey.
So, Dane, what about you? What's your favorite place?
Me? I no longer remember. I merely followed my traveling companion around on that journey. That's all there was to it. Huh?
Finally, to notice those footprints.
A ruin guard's footprint.
Oh.
A ruin guard was wandering around here? No peace to be found, even for a single dandelion.
Oh, something. Why are we getting shown that again?
What's gotten into you?
PTSD.
You were just spacing out.
This dandelion reminds me of... I could feel her. Interesting.
You mean your sister? But how could that be? You only touched that dandelion for a second.
The moment I touched it.
Perhaps that dandelion bears some sort of scent that only you recognize. As for why, has it perhaps experienced something related to you?
You're saying some real confusing stuff. Paimon doesn't get it at all.
Regardless, I have to get to the bottom of...
Do not rush. Vexation and anxiety are the enemy of rational thought. Your journey has only just begun, has it not?
Yeah, well, technically it began a while ago, but for some reason Mondstadt is called the prologue.
At least you now know that she is still on this world. At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find her itself.
I will find her.
Yes, and this is something you must keep in mind as the meaning behind your journey. May you find your kin at the end of that journey. Well then, let us part ways here for now.
Huh? You're leaving? Already?
Only for now. Don't worry. We will meet again. After all, I did take 500 mora and those 3 answers you gave me.
To be continued. Gears of Destiny.
The sun is out. Our work's done for the day. Shall we take a stroll?
Huh. That was intriguing. There was a lot of hidden subtext in there.
I'll catch up.
But why do these footprints just, like, disappear off the side of the cliff?
Someone needs assistance.
There's like a fucking lake here. There's nothing here. This is the edge of the map. But it looks like so interesting this way.
I'll catch up.
How about we explore the area ahead of us later? What's over there? What won't you tell me, Paimon? Okay, let's get rid of Kaya. He's kind of annoying me.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
Alright, now let's do that thing that I keep forgetting to fucking do. We will go to Kajue Slope. And we are going to get those ascension materials for Amber. Because I keep putting it off and then I keep forgetting to do it. And of course the second I do this is the second I switch off Kaya, who would actually be helpful for this. Barbara might also be helpful. We could level up Barbara, but... I should also probably level up Sucrose, or... what's his name? Heion? Hazo? I don't remember his name because I haven't used him yet. Because... I want to try experimenting with other team comps at some point. Okay, so it's this cave entrance. Why not? I'm gonna jump in the stream chat, Matt.
Hey, I'm just here for the plant, so...
I figured. I kind of know that you want to kill this thing.
I haven't explored this area yet, so I haven't unlocked the plant.
Who is the best character for this? I guess Kaching and Dan can handle this.
Lightning would be good.
You're in for a little shock.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Hey!
Bring it on!
Obtained. I think that's enough materials.
You got 2?
I did.
At this speed,
All right,
no
I
one can
forgot I'm
keep
4.
up with me.
I don't have money. Oh well, got what I came for.
Alright. Thank you for stopping by.
At this speed, no one can keep up with me.
More stats. Enhance. Pyro damage, crit rate, HP, attack. Let's up her attack, because I haven't been doing that. Which is Flower of Blaze. That's an artifact, right? Crimson Witch of Flames set. Thunderbird's Mercy. Thundering Fury set. A flower touched by the witch once dreamt burning away all the demons of the world. Anonymously the flames hand those who touch it. 2-piece set, pyro damage. Bonus 15%. 4-piece set, increases overloaded and burning and burgeoning damage by 40%. Increases vaporize and melt damage by 15%. So this is what we want her to have when we have multiple pieces of this. But I don't think we have multiple pieces of it. Yeah. So that's a cool set item. I should probably keep track. Conductor's Top Hat. Wanderer's Troop. Neat. So I've been getting all these flowers. Exile Flower. Thundering Fury. Oh, and I said this one. Flower of the Creviced Cliff. Archaic Petra. So these are like the premier items of the Exile's Feather. Berserker's Timepiece. Interesting. Anywho, we resume questing. A character is currently involved with other quests. Lan is busy completing Where is Unseen Razor? Alright, let's get these damn commissions out of the way then. Which one of these is in the forest? Complete the time challenge. Okay, it's on the other side of this wall. Interesting. I mean, we don't have a good Hydro character, so we might as well fucking level up Barbara as well. We'll do commissions first, then we'll level up Barbara.
Leave it all to me.
Longshu Inn. I kind of forget that these commissions sometimes are actual story quests that progress characters. Something in the forest over by this lake.
Leave it all to me. Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Kachika's powerful, but she is super squishy.
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Don't blink. No escape. Get him. Nowhere to hide.
Alright. I think this will max out my keys once I'm done with all these dailies.
Incoming. Hey!
You're open. I should also dice my
Let it rain.
that tingle. Direct assault.
Steady as stone,
That tingle.
as a good knight should.
Come again.
Cannot read during combat.
With sword comes shadow.
Done.
Southernmost point is the shortcut, a meandering mountain road. Those who seek the mysterious hidden in the clouds watch the seas and tides in the above and below. Okay. Enter this pass and toll bell thrice. Remove deceit from your heart. Hold your silence 3 nights. Exit this realm and see the world anew with all the encompassing wisdom path divine and true. Oh, gross! It rhymes. Run away. I think it's really weird that you're able to have extra dialogues for Catherine, but any other character ends up busy with a different quest line. You can't do the other quest line. I hope this turns up this time. There were a few leads left. What's wrong? What brings you here? If you'd like to learn about the guild, please talk to Catherine over there. Oh, you're an adventurer already? Please accept my apologies. I may be a branch master, but I'm not well acquainted with the guild's day-to-day business. I really don't know any of the newcomers. Having that newcomer at all, are you seasoned adventure to me? In case maybe there's something you can help me with. I must emphasize, though, this is not a guild quest, but a personal commission. I'll take it. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is highly unwise. Accept this commission without examining the details first. Your commission should you choose to accept it, is to defeat 2 strong hilichurls who bear giant shields. Their shields are infused with geo-energy. Not incredibly dangerous, but you should still proceed carefully. All you should do is defeat them. Come and find me afterwards, and you'll be fairly compensated. Oh, and if you come across anything sword-related, bring it back for me. If not, it doesn't matter. As long as you can defeat the hilichurls, you will receive your compensation. That's all I believe you can get right now. This is a weird quest. They're over here. Hilichurls with Geo Shields. This is a job for Noelle.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance. Speed of light. I'll be fine. No escape! Hey! Cut to the chase. Leave it all to me.
Another test subject. I have no clue why this made us go here, but who am I to question a commission? Did I mention how much, did I mention that land smells great? I feel like I forgot to mention that land smells great. You defeated them? Yes. Efficient work, I'm impressed. Done like a true adventurer. Here's your compensation. Thanks for making things a little bit safer around here. I don't suppose you found anything to do with the sword. I see, as expected. Never mind. Thank you. Here's your compensation. Enjoy the rest of your day. She's gone.
Oh, yes! Yes! They have the audacity to go after anything! The 7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions.
I think it literally instantaneously triggered the next quest line So I think this is the Dainsleif questline that just started.
Still, this time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures? Oh, Traveler, it's you.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Hello. We were just discussing the treasure hoarders.
I just realized that she kind of speaks with a robotic monotone.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to mess with the Abyss. It's just too evil.
But we recently received intel from the Ministry of Civil Affairs that 2 big-time treasure hoarders in Liyue and Mondstadt are planning some big joint operation.
2 big-time treasure hoarders?
Yes. They're known as Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North.
I know who one of those is. And Big Sis of the South was the one that was referenced in that letter in that side quest we did earlier.
Oh, Raptor! Paimon remembers he tried to run away from Amber in Mondstadt. But who is Big Sis of the South?
Is she the boss that the treasure hoarders refer to?
You already know something then. I guess you must have crossed paths with the treasure hoarders many times before. You are correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss. Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her Big Sis of the gods. But that's probably just a wild rumor.
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside. They have already devised a plan. They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
You know, we've had an entire act surrounding the Abyss Order in Mondstadt, and then we had the deal with the whole Fatui in Liyue. I wonder if we're going to get an entire act where we have to deal with the treasure hoarders, because they're like a big faction. They seem to operate everywhere, but I wonder if there's like a region where they're completely entwined with the Ministry's affairs. If I had to guess, maybe that's what's going to be going on when we eventually get to Fontaine.
To this end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
I called it! Fontaine!
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Although if he's just the guy from Fontaine, then maybe Fontaine is not tied in with the treasure hoarders and Grand Thief is just the leader of the faction in that region. Where do they originate from?
Oh, indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers.
Just like the famous adventurer Alice, just like the great adventurer Stanley. Who the hell are these people? I guess it's probably in one of the lore books that I keep collecting and reading.
Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat Travel Guide, then? Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her. So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface.
Catherine, are you eavesdropping on our conversation over here?
So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
I too understand the dangers of the Abyss.
Leave this commission to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild member. Well then, good luck. The guild will take care of the details of this commission.
We will be reunited. to the ruins. Wow, glad I grabbed this checkpoint. Ooh, there's a thingy over there. Let's get the thingy. Shrine of the Depths, that's what they call those. I wish these were marked on the map. Nice, I have a key.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Maybe my fascination with the treasure hoarders is... My big plot twist is that the big reveal is Paimon is the leader of the treasure hoarders. Aha! A geoculus in a tree. Thought you could hide from me, did ya?
I won't let you down.
Oh, there's a geoculus over here. I know how to get these.
Incoming.
Disappear. Windblade.
Maybe we should be using ice characters just so we can walk across water easier. I would have never noticed that there were ruins here. Recommended elements ice.
This will be interesting.
Well, it's a good thing we leveled up Kaya at the start of this stream because I feel like we're going to need to use him quite a bit. I should also probably put a sweater on because I feel like it's kind of cold in here. Winter is really approaching. Sweater required. Kaya's got a fun idle animation.
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Ganyu's information is reliable.
At least she gave us.
Here.
At least she gave us
Looks like
information.
their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
No one escapes my sight!
Freeze! Ha!
Don't get frostbite.
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins? Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you.
I'll race you there!
That's creepy. It's Raptor.
This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand Thief? Why is he in that position? Is he praying to something?
I think he's dead.
That's...
An upside down statue of the Seven.
Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right?
Looks like they're holding an orb to me.
But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this. And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he's...
Yes.
Hello? Are you okay, mister?
No reaction nor sign of breathing. He's dead.
He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good.
What a terrible place.
Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon. Ah! Now what? We can't stay here! Quick, run!
The bandit, the lunatic, and the something or other. They locked us in.
Must keep draining.
Oh, I didn't realize my HP was going down. Have a steak, Amber. You're fine. See, look, treasure. You love treasure. Treasure makes you healthy. Treasure makes you strong. Where did the floor go?
That's cheating!
Ah, disappearing floor tiles.
Cool it.
This is gonna be annoying. close!
Freeze!
Who would have thought that all it would take to defeat me is bubbles? Fucking bubbles!
Don't blink! Hey!
How do you get past the 3 in a row? Amber, look, treasure. Who is that?
You cannot spy on the secrets of the Abyss. You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price. As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
Ah,
An Abyss Herald?
the one Dane spoke of.
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
What is this power? Pirates never seen it before. Careful, please don't get cocky.
Abyss roar!
Don't blink!
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
Go for Spirit Bunny!
Leave it all to me.
Cool it! Abyssal roar! All life will perish!
Steady as stone. Yeah.
There we go.
This power, it seems familiar. see. So it's you. You are the one. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
He just backstepped.
What a tough battle. Are you okay? Oh, such a strong enemy. Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them?
He seemed to know me.
Huh? What is it? What are you thinking about?
Nothing, let's just get out of here.
Oh, right, yeah. We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
Swiftly leave the ruins. I said swiftly leaves the ruins.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange. Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
Yes.
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well.
Actually, the Abyss Herald wasn't all we encountered. There was something even stranger than the Abyss Herald in the ruins.
An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries about the Abyss.
He does seem to know a lot. Where fate comes to crossroads. A herald without adherents. Look for traces of the Abyss Order. That's far away.
This world is full.
I must leave no stone unturned. Incoming! Nowhere to hide. No escape! Not so hard! Steady as stone.
Those Abyss mages just now. Were they trying to ambush us?
Yeah, it looked like they were protecting this statue to me.
No.
I mean, this...
They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
That's it. What he said.
Oh, is that so? The Traveler here seems to like doing that a lot, too. Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
Those are important materials.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because Abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins. However, they look disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
Yeah, Mr. Deluxe's done that before.
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss, but I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Something related to what we saw in the ruins.
Paimon is getting goosebumps thinking about all this.
All right, we shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's continue our search.
I'll catch up.
Give me my stamina back, please. Thank you. A lot of ruins over here. Is that some kind of ore? Huh.
All in a day's work.
Strange. Huh.
Yeah!
That's not good.
Leave it all to me. Incoming. Hey! One step back, two forward. I must leave no stone unturned. With sword comes shadow. As a dutiful maid would. Leave it all to me. Let it rain. Get him. Someone needs assistance. Steady as stone. Speed of light. Nowhere to hide. Not so hard. Don't blink. Hey. I must leave no stone unturned. catch up.
Alright.
Wow. Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are active around here. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of Ruin Guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
I don't know.
There are no coincidences in the world. Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago. Just like your appearance in that tavern. Time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout.
I only heard about you by chance.
Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
I think he means they have the same origin, Paimon. He's been nothing but nice and very curious, and he's fighting one of the bad guy organizations, which means by default he is good and neutral at worst.
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Ah! I called it. They have the same origin. They both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh. Speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name. Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Khaenri'ah was...
I know about Khaenri'ah. You do? How come I don't?
Huh?
Because I have memories of Khaenri'ah. Whoa.
You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago.
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But, if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Khaenri'ah you saw, what was it like?
Well, I can't hide it any longer. Dane and Khaenri'ah. It's worth a shot. The person who woke me up. And the Sea of Flames. So, the Sea of Flames they saw 500 years ago.
So that's the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your sister from within that meteorite.
It seems your sister woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your sister told you that the destruction of Khaenri'ah plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Teyvat?
The destruction of Khaenri'ah? She said that?
Correct. That's what I heard at the time.
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your sister must have understood this world better than you did, because she woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Khaenri'ah. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Teyvat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Khaenri'ah. Am I right?
Sounds about right.
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Khaenri'ah so you could find your sister?
It's the second most promising lead after looking for the 7.
Oh, yeah! You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Canria than both of you. Canria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
And then the sustainer of heavenly principle attacked.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Canria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
This is kind of reminding me of, like, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah type shit.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Colossal foxtrot hammer diplomats, yeah. That's horrible.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits.
But the next time I see Venti or Zhongli...
Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
It really annoys me that we really did not grill Zhongli for enough information. That blockhead is probably holding in the secrets of the universe inside of his noggin. A Herald without Adherents. Oh, we're going into an area I haven't explored yet. Okay. We are still heading this way.
Someone needs assistance.
I should have replenished my stamina before jumping off a cliff. How do I join the Fatui? I want to join the Fatui.
Don't blink.
Over there! It's more ruin guards and abyss mages.
Yep.
Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago.
It's one of those things I didn't really stop to think about.
These Ruin Guards were known as field tillers by the people of Conria.
Field tillers? You mean these are fucking farm equipment?
Field tillers? What a strange name.
They were farming equipment? So what's with the lethal weapons?
It's not like you think. Field tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons.
Ah, kind of like how water tanks are these giant things with caterpillar treads and Hotchkiss artillery guns on the end of them that we now just call tanks.
The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the field tiller came about.
So is Conria America? Are we gonna find out that the nation of Conria, at some point, the big plot twist is based off America?
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
That sounds so sad.
Wandering aimlessly for 500 years.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
They said, kill them all.
Cut to the chase.
With the wind!
No escape! Go, go, Baron! Hey! Incoming!
I missed a spot. Time to clean up.
Let it rain! With sword comes shadow. Got lucky that time.
Steady as stone. Huh? This abyss maze dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss mage be carrying it?
Maybe Paimon's right. Maybe it's a communication device. Like an early email.
Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it. Is that the script of Conria?
Engulf the faith of an enemy in flame, and bring glory to Her Highness the Princess.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation.
Loom of Fate? Wasn't that like a plot in a season of Legends of Tomorrow?
They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Yeah, it was like a giant loom that let you stitch together, like, fate and the order of the universe, and it was controlled by the actual fates from Greek mythology. I think that was a plot line in one of the seasons of Legends of Tomorrow. It's one of my favorite plot lines. It was a pretty good one. I want to say that was season 6. I might be wrong.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-weaving machine?
The Abyss Mage came from the ruins. Is it related to the inverted statue?
From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate-weaving operation. So, Dane, what message does this talisman contain?
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
How so?
In short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osile, Overlord of the Vortex.
Oh, that thingy.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean?
We weren't able to destroy it last time.
What do they want with Osile?
Could it be the same as with Dvalin?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Dvalin?
I don't think you need to corrupt it. It was already pretty angry to begin with.
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further.
Uh-oh.
They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
They want to turn him into Mecha Osile. Thwarter of Godzilla, destroyer of nations. Wait.
Is that even possible? So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Were you not listening to me, Paimon? These nicknames keep getting longer.
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Conria. Though, of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Conria. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently.
Octakiryu.
The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the Statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
Kiryu is the name for Mechagodzilla? Okay. Octakiryu. Yeah, Octakiryu. Octakiryu? Octakiryu. Octakiryu. It sounds like they're saying kill you. I wonder if if the origin of the word comes from borrowing English. There's quite a few words in Japanese that are made from borrowed English, like salaryman. and such. Virgin Road and a few others. I believe Joey has a video on it on his channel, but it might be on his other channel, the Anime Man. He has an entire episode on it. Yeah, Ryu is dragon, though. I wouldn't rule it out.
It would seem so.
I haven't found it yet. We still have time.
This whole thing keeps getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Topple the divine thrones.
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation?
The statue looked like the Animo Archon.
Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to the cathedral first and ask around. Maybe we'll learn something.
I don't know. I don't know how hard he is to track down. He might still be standing underneath that giant tree over at Windrise.
The cathedral.
Huh? What's the matter, Dane?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
We keep unlocking side story questions. The crane returns on the wind. That's an interlude chapter. That's probably what we'll do next. Path through the storm. Do we have any more chapter 1 stuff to do? Because I want to save Act 2 for the end. We're going to finish Act 2 last. So we're probably going to do... We're going to keep doing this. And then we'll probably do the crane returns on the wind next. So technical Octokiryu could just be another nickname for Yamato no Orochi. But Octo is not a Japanese term, it's a Greek one. So the Japanese one would be Hachikiryu if you were trying to do a Japanese mecha octopus. Yeah, Hachikiryu, which Hachi also referencing 8. We are all big weebs. That's the big takeaway. Let's go check out Windrise. Is Venti there? Yeah, Venti's not hard to track down. Look, he's right there. Why don't we just ask him?
If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb. As I said before, Vitanosis, but as
Yada, we've seen
as
this.
one of the 7, I'm not clear if we're a great team and
you don't seem tone-deaf bard. If being one of the 4...
If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard's... Well then, best be off to Liyue.
I forgot. We did our commissions. So, we should probably turn those into Catherine, right? And get our keys. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. We recently received a commission from the Fishing Association claiming that the fish in the activity... Oh, that's right. We had to start a quest with Catherine. Unfortunately, the report does not mention these visits. Could you help us check in on the situation? I have full faith in the matter where the problem is. You will overcome this. Fishing Association. Is that fishing? Huh? That fishing? Not sure I understand. Is there any other fishing to speak of? Ooh, the Fishing Association. The Fishing Association sure sounds like they're in the business of catching delicious fish. Well, there's no time to lose. Let's go check it out. Okay, let's keep Dishonorable Trial as our objective.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
Yes.
Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Scholar's Ink Cup. This Herald, Wicked Torrents. Oh, he increases our cooldowns. I'm gonna switch up the comp a bit.
Wish me luck.
I'm gonna add Barbara. Just making topping off our HP easier. That's right, we're going to the cathedral.
A huge statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to construct them. But how aware of this was the Animo Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though, does it?
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing I can say about it.
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! Don't say anything bad about the Animo Archon! And actually, the Animo Archon is... Ugh, never mind!
We can tell him about the Animo Archon. He already knows.
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the sisters.
Huh?
Aren't you curious?
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their utmost trust.
I don't know. We kind of did destroy the most precious ancient relic. I know quite a few people. Rift, if you're looking at this in the future, know that, no offense, definitely no offense to you for spending so much on Fako.
Having me tag along would only make them suspicious.
Because they don't know you? You don't think you'll be popular among the sisters?
Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is never pretty. I have never received the favor of the gods in the past. I don't see any reason I would need it now, or in the future either. That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss Order continues to act.
Okay, then we'll just go in ourselves and ask around.
I should warn you about one thing. Don't go mentioning the defiled statue inside the cathedral.
Why not?
The Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue. But if they rashly tried anything against the Abyss Order, it would only ruin whatever element of surprise we may have.
I'm gonna pretend I know what that means, what you just said in the chat, but I have a bad feeling that I don't want to know.
Also, meddling in the affairs of the Abyss usually doesn't end well for anyone.
Oh, that thorn. I am aware of that thorn. I liked it before it became meta.
Let the show begin.
Anything the knights can do for you?
Hey, look, Barbara's here.
Honorary Knight. Hi, how have you been? Do you need anything today? But I should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre to Hermel again, we cannot oblige.
Yeah, about that.
It seems she hasn't realized it's just an illusion. Oh, we're here to ask some questions about something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field tiller?
What's that? Field tiller. What does it do?
Of course you wouldn't know anything about that. Okay, next question. Has the church ever lost a statue of the Seven?
Huh? You're here to ask about that old story? Well, I didn't expect that. That was such a long time ago, barely anyone mentions it nowadays.
Well, we found it.
A long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the Seven that disappeared one night without a trace. Nearly every member of the church joined the search for it, but it was never found. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident has been called the Lost Statue of the Seven.
Pretty on the nose for a name.
Of course!
Of course?
Nothing? So do you have any other clues? Paimon means any other strange stories? Sorry, Barbara, but we can't tell you about the statue we saw just yet. Like Dane said outside, it's for your own good.
We, destroyed it.
Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church's records. Oh, the Tyrant's Final Fury? No, that's from another time. Probably unrelated.
The Tyrant's Final Fury?
Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed Old Mondstadt, the place now known as Storm Terror's lair. Many, many years ago, there was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached Old Mondstadt.
That sounds suspicious as fuck.
Balls of fire raining from the sky? How terrifying!
People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storms, so they referred to it as the Tyrant's Final Fury. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. It just gradually ceased on its own.
So bizarre.
Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Common reasoning dictates that the god of storms wouldn't shoot fireballs.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Maybe the eye of the first field tiller was in Storm Terror's lair, and that's why there's so much destruction around there. And then maybe it ran out of power or something.
Perhaps it was something else that caused the disaster. Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the Seven, but I just can't think of any other strange incidents that might be.
Maybe it was Klee. That is a good also alternative. It might have been Klee. Have we ruled that out? How long ago did you say this was?
It's okay. Thanks anyway.
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
Rosaria. Someone in chat mentioned this character before.
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
We're not looking for the Knights of Favonius. We were looking for Barbara.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain.
What's with her skin complexion? Is she like a vampire or something? It feels like drained of life. It's got that weird shade of like dark pink.
Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clergy.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
Don't worry, I'll go help as well.
Right. We'll go give Master Jean a hand.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the Animal Archon protect you all.
Also, someone pointed this out to me, like, yesterday, but her vision is on her notebook. See, it's on her notebook. Let me see if I can get a better look. Oh, that's right. We gotta go meet back up with Dane. That is a good question. I do not have an answer for that question. I don't know if she has been touched by sunlight ever. Because this is the first time we've met her, and it was, of course, indoors near sunset. Rosaria is a vampire theory begins.
I see. Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation? This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should go as well.
Well, what is the Abyss Order going to Wolvendom for anyway? Are they looking to do the same as they did with Dvalin? Not again!
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago.
Who?
Today, it is just his spirit that stands guard over Wolvendom. The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information from one of the Animo Archon's old companions.
Dishonorable Trial. Back to Wolvendom. Perilous Trial, Interlude, Act 2. We have another interlude. Complete Taurus and Goddess Act 1. Well, this is one of the things. Imperatrix Umbrasa Chapter 2. Damphir? Yeah, I would never rule it out.
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now. The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are. Fits the Abyss Order's style.
Yeah, let's go!
I'm not going any further.
Why?
Huh? Why not? Is it because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
That's probably not it.
It has nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven. I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him. Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable.
You really despise the Seven, huh?
There's nothing special about gods anyway. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods.
I will take that to heart. Why do we get along so well with the people that don't like the gods?
You shouldn't place too much trust in them. But at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down. Even if the god in question is your sworn enemy.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them. That's some awkward advice. Does Dane hate the Seven, or is he protecting them?
Why is your opinion so contradictory?
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears, I will tell you one final fact.
Huh? What fact?
The destruction of the nation of Khaenri'ah by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven. Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas brief. Afterward, let's meet at the entrance to Wolvendom.
Up, there he goes. What a strange man. Yeah, that's true. You also keep your guard up against unfamiliar gods. At the Rite of Dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do.
When there's a lack of trust, it's best to just avoid the situation entirely.
Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
We came to help you, actually.
Oh, Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly appreciated. The Abyss Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded Wolvendom. I am preparing to send out some knights to fight back.
Well, they did actually put up a bunch of sigils in the area, so that makes sense.
I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you.
We just got here.
Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... What is the connection between them?
They might want to do to him to what they did to Dvalin.
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason? The Abyss Order already went after Dvalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the Animal Archon's buddies.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight, please go and check if Lupus Boreas is in any danger. This god's spirit... He does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time.
I'll do it.
Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight of Favonius.
Look for the Great Wolf King.
Let the show begin.
mushroom. Oh, that's not good.
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And the Abyss Herald!
We got this.
You, not welcome here!
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory. If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past. Lies. Lies.
What the heck is this ceremony? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Oh no! Is this the same thing they did to corrupt Dvalin's mind?
Wolves never surrender! But this can't go on.
Time for another round with the Abyss Herald.
No matter how many times you resist us, your efforts are all in vain. Bow before the abyss!
No escape! Don't blink! Hey! Yeah! Ha!
Annihilate!
Bet you can't keep up with me! Incoming! Nowhere to hide. That's cheating!
Will perish! Annihilate! Decimate! Abyssal roar!
Leave it all to me, as a good knight should.
Spin to win.
The end is nigh.
Don't blink!
The end will come.
Speed of light! No one escapes my sight! Got lucky that time.
I will perish.
With sword comes shadow.
The end is nigh. The end will come.
Steady as stone.
Don't blink! Hey!
The world will fall. The end is nigh. Surging tide.
Incoming!
The world.
We only killed his shield.
The ceremony was interrupted. How fortunate for you. How does an old spirit have such determined will? No matter. This is but a small unforeseen variable. Our grand scheme will not be affected.
And he got away again.
It disappeared again!
Sure ran away quickly.
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Human Lupercal. I am ashamed that you must see me in my present state. But still, the Abyss Herald underestimated my strength.
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial, but scary outsider, not respect trial rules. I too didn't see the trap.
Wait, so you mean the Abyss Order had everything prepared to corrupt Lupus Boreas' mind, then lured him out under the pretense of challenging him in a trial?
It's not your fault, Razor.
Thank you. In the future, my claws must get sharper. You smelled danger and came here?
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like.
I imagine it smells like burning toast.
Besides coming to help, we actually have something to ask you about too. Excuse us, Mr. Wolf God. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. I know not what this field tiller is. Though there was indeed one human-made machine that I can never forget. It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for a challenger. But it could not think, only fight. It was designed as a pure killing machine from top to bottom. I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before it fell to the ground, it fled the proving ground.
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could have been the very first field tiller, right?
Could it shoot missiles?
Missiles? I do not know this strange word. As I said, I pay no heed to the contraptions of human.
Could it spin?
It could spin,
Yeah.
leap high into the air, and even shoot fireballs. Although no match for a god, it was stronger than even many who wield visions.
Fireballs? Hey, didn't we hear this somewhere else recently as well?
My fan theory is proving true by the minute.
Anyway, this pretty much proves that the first field tiller came to Mondstadt, doesn't it?
Or any other ruin guard.
It sounds like the first one was way stronger than the mass-produced ruin guards that came after. But in this story, it was damaged at the proving ground while fighting the Wolf of the North.
Don't know, but did we help?
It probably headed to Storm Terror's lair afterwards.
Yes, you were a big help. Thanks. We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are still attacking. You two be careful.
Yes, I smell more danger. Bigger danger. You two also be careful.
Well, that was some good intel. Quick, let's go tell Dane.
He's waiting for us here.
The sun is out.
I'll protect us.
Oh, he was right behind us.
Dane, there you are. Did you see Master Jean?
I saw her, but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservations towards me.
Also, she's like a die-hard worshiper of the Animo Archon.
If I'm not careful, one day I may find myself becoming the object of one of her investigations.
I could see that.
But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success? I see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really? Just from the Lupus Boreas story?
If it ran away from here, it can only go a few directions.
That information combined with a more comprehensive analysis. For example, the old story you told me you heard in the cathedral.
The tyrant's final fury.
Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceased tyrant.
Fireballs raining from the sky were possibly missiles.
Ah, Paimon gets it! So the tyrant's final fury was really just missiles fired from the field tiller after it ran from Wolvendom. After it was damaged in the fight with the Wolf of the North, it must have wandered into the ruins of Old Mondstadt and stayed there. Then, whenever anyone got close, pew, pew, boom! It would fire a ton of missiles at them, until one day it finally broke down for good, and the fireballs stopped raining from the sky. Back then, the people of Mondstadt hadn't seen many ruin guards before, so they came to interpret it as the tyrant's final fury.
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area.
No need? Why no need?
What do you mean?
I remember.
Huh? You mean... Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that abandoned ruin guard sitting atop the tower when we went there before. Can't forget something like that.
Easily. I forgot that. A soul set apart. Yeah, I totally did not remember that. Was it bigger than the other ruin guards?
This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye. Ooh, so what did you see?
Bad news. It's not here.
Huh? Nothing? Oh, but Paimon was so excited. What's going on? Are you sure you did it right?
This requires another method. Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try.
What is that energy?
And done.
Wow! It's
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of the first field tiller. All of the ruin guards today are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability was unrestricted.
prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word. Is it another ancient term from Conria?
No, not really. It's just something that means the test model.
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osial, Overlord of the Vortex, are attached to the statue, there you have a mechanized god. And this newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
So we smash it, right?
Yes.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
Hide it somewhere no one will find it?
No. I'll guard it myself.
Huh? You? Dane? You won't go and do anything crazy with it, will you?
Is it not possible to just destroy it?
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. No matter where we may hide it, they will find it. And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
Oh, right.
But our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue.
By doing what exactly?
We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves. As for what I mean by take care of it, naturally I mean to completely destroy it.
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven! As well as being a really important cultural relic, they're actually divine too!
It unlocks sections of the map.
Well, good thing we didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise, she'd be going completely bonkers right now.
She definitely would. You saw her impression when she found out what happened to the Lyre de Himmel.
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what belongs to them? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy the inverted statue. If we are lucky, we will also run into that Abyss Herald. I'll make sure it doesn't get away this time.
Victory.
Someone needs assistance.
Call of the Abyss. Recommended water and ice.
This will be interesting.
All right, Barbara. It's been a long time coming,
I wonder
Barbara.
when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
One of these is 7, 2 of these is 11, 3 of these is 13, 15, 17, 18.
La da 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 da.
What do you need to ascend? Nothing.
A dance from Barbara to bring you more healing. I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Man, her idle animations trigger instantly.
La.
It's like an endless loop with her.
A dance from Barbara to bring you more healing.
What do I have as her weapon? I have Otherworldly Story. What about this Twin Nephrite? Defeating opponents with movement speed and attack. Nah. Elemental Orb. We have a bunch of these. Upon causing Vaporize, Electrocharged Frozen Bloom Hydra Infused Swirl reaction causes attack by 12. Vaporize, Electrocharged, Frozen, or Bloom. I think that's the best thing for her. can. We can refine it because we keep getting these in our pulls. I'm afraid that's the best we can do. Because this requires me to... Actually, I can do that today in the Domain of Forgery. Or I can just buy it. We have Traveling Doctor set on her, right? Healing bonus 4%. HP 5.2. I think this is just better. And then we have an HP flower. Does the Traveling Doctor not have a feather? Oh, we do. We have them up here. So we have 28, Elemental Mastery, HP. There we go. 5-piece Traveling Doctor set. And so she dies a little bit less.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
This is our team. We have the tank. We have a tank, healer, damage dealer.
All that running around, we end up right back here again.
Oh, that door wasn't open last time.
We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That or the stupidest. To get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last time. That should take us right to it.
I hate bubbles. I hate bubbles so much.
I'll protect us.
Catch the wind. Dodge this.
Let's dance.
Looks like we're here. An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You sense correctly.
This guy's voice reminds me of Mark Hamill.
You are just as vexatious as ever, Dainsleif, enemy of the Abyss. I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed, perhaps from your darkest nightmares. Unless... Oh, and something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from outside of the Abyss Order must be caught and caged.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption. Time to silence you!
Bow before the Abyss!
Speed of light.
It's a roar!
Leave it up to me.
Freeze!
Silence!
Let the show begin.
Dodge this! Ah! Ha! Ha! Ha!
It's a roar!
Don't. Hey!
Decimate!
Let's dance.
Cool it!
Incoming.
life will be frozen in time.
Let's dance. Steady as stone.
Having Noelle around makes it easy to heal Barbara.
I must leave no stone unturned.
This tin comp is pretty nice. I kind of like it. Oh no, his water shield's up.
The end is nigh.
Speed of light. Cut to the chase.
The end will come.
Freeze.
The world will fall. Tide. The world will fall.
I'll protect us. Don't blink.
The end will come.
Got lucky that time. Leave it all to me.
Tide. All life will perish.
Incoming. Hey! Nowhere to hide.
Nigh.
Don't blink.
The world will.
There we go. No running away this time. Wait, I recognize that character.
Princess.
Hooray, we finally learned the detail that we pretty much already suspected.
Hey! Could that be?
Lumine!
Aether.
I finally found you.
Wait! She just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald! Your sister and the Abyss?
They called her princess, confirming it.
Aether, why are you with Dane?
Why, you're asking about Dane?
Uh-huh.
Are you asking about something that doesn't matter?
Your sister knows Dane?
He's one letter off of my name.
Lumine, we meet again.
What's going on here? Dane knows her too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy.
Lumine.
Hold on a sec. Is it too much to Zach Aguilar put a lot of lines in this. I don't know why they can't have the Traveler voice these lines. Probably because they would cost too much money to have him. How many extra sessions do you think it would have taken for them to record every single line of dialogue that you could choose? Hold on a second.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man, Dainsleif, was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria.
a curse of immortality was laid upon him to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into monsters of the abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago?
Paimon, this is not a surprise.
And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves? And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Paimon's so confused.
Let's go home.
Home. Yes. Of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with Destiny will see no end.
Destiny.
Listen to me, Ether. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world.
I kind of already see the true nature of this world, to be honest. It's ruled by a bunch of gods that probably should not have the power to rule. I'm with Kaching. Kaching for life. Take the power from the gods. Let mankind rule the world.
So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, brother. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
Why can't we go through the portal?
Left. Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information.
There is hope.
Uh-huh, that's right. At least now, as well as the Seven, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right?
We should keep that in mind and look for more clues.
That's right. By the way, what they said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all?
I think I got it.
Oh, well then, let's go over it again.
In this creepy place. Many details as they can.
First off, that Abyss Herald called your sister Princess.
Yes, we caught that.
It seems like your sister is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to her. Still, we don't know for sure if she's the highest ranking leader in the organization. Also, your sister said that she wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with Destiny. What the heck does that mean?
Probably has something to do with the Loom of Fate.
She wants to destroy the Seven and the Seven Nations?
No, I think they're battles with Celestia.
Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain terrifying. And Dane is from Conria too. He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago. But he didn't turn into a monster. And now he's fighting the Abyss Order. So that's why your sister said that Dane is her enemy, right? But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now?
If only we asked him.
Also, how come after all this time we spent searching for your sister, it turns out she's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with that?
We have many new questions but few answers.
Yeah, you're right. Then we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright.
I thought we were going to destroy that creepy statue.
If your sister wants you to reach the end of your journey, well then, show her what you're made of. Come on, traveler, let's go.
I wonder what this mission looked like if you were playing as Lumine. We will be reunited.
Speed of light.
Alright. That was sad and depressing. Taurus, Iracundus. We gotta do Taurus, Iracundus, Impetricus Ambrosia. And wherefore did thy spirit's bone descend? Interlude Act 2. Those are probably all part of this. Well, we said we'd do this next. Also, we have a key. Which means we can unlock this. Hooray! Go to Yujing Terrace. Oh, I need to do these Temple of the Lion trials at some point. Heart of Comradeship. Energy recharge, elemental mastery, attack, crit damage. Alright. Back to the story. basically just doing interlude stuff at this point.
I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement. Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already. I am, in fact, planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
Hong Fei.
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have a few matters I should like to entrust to you here today. The building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other 2.
Only sufficiently large pieces of Plostrite, or specifically Vermilionite, may earn themselves the Sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the Jade Chamber to float. Wonder Cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the Jade Chamber. Adepti Sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with Adepti art. They are as indispensable as the mechanical core itself. Although these 3 items are rare, I trust that with your connections and capabilities, procuring them will not be a question of if, but of when. I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. I will pay a generous price for the materials that you find, and in addition, the first 3 people who collect all the materials will have the opportunity to ask me a question. You may ask me anything, and I will give you an honest answer. I trust that this means of compensation will be to everyone's satisfaction.
No, I want money. Also, I am not confident in Aether's ability to ask a question that's not stupid.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Haha, what a coincidence! I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some Plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested?
Can I really ask you anything at all?
Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Maybe I could find out more about my sister. No, I think I learned enough.
Ooh, this Paimon will ask you about how to run a business! Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
I already know how to run a business. It's not fun, interesting, or worth my time.
Of course. But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. Once you have collected the materials, please take them there. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. When you do arrive, please seek out my secretary. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you. Do not let somebody else snatch it from your grasp.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look! It seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has set up. As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Ah, don't be like that. Hey, come on, don't go! Why don't you stand there after her?
Oh, right, yeah.
Keong the Brave. The crane returns on the wind.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information. Information's just what we need right now. Let's follow them and see what we can find out.
I just remembered something. I don't know if I ever brought this up, but the stream boss can be easily killed because if you guys use bits as well. Bits, follows, donations, everything does damage.
They're not here. Let's keep looking.
They're right there.
Well, will you look at that, ma'am? Nowhere left to run.
Why are we cornering people to get them to buy your information?
Don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
This guy does not sound like he has earned the Brave in his title.
So what? She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you, I don't need your information.
Looking for a vision. Don't see one on her body. You guys are good.
If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, man.
Oh, no, there it is.
You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about you taking out your money and handing it over and nobody getting hurt.
I won't...
No more excuses! I know you have money. I saw you.
This is the weirdest mugging I have ever seen.
Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Leo Lee Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Shinyu at kiosk, then Wanmin restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes, take a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you're so rich, what's the loss to you in giving us a little spare change, huh?
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor.
Who's your master?
But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
You guys have a vision. You guys are fucked. Unless you got one too.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
They're trying to intimidate people into doing business.
Oh, you again.
Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this? You ought to mind your own business, I swear!
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Take away the hooligans that were surrounding the young lady with the white hair. You alright?
Shenhe.
Shenhua. Got it.
Huh?
My name.
Thank you.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe. Paimon's name is, well, Paimon. And this is Paimon's travel buddy.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation.
You were about to kill those people, weren't you?
I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
I don't like her.
You can't do that. That's way too violent. This is Liyue Harbor. There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know.
Laws?
Have you not heard of the law, Shenhua?
No, apparently not.
She's that kind of rich.
Really? So how exactly have you...
Ooh, that noise.
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right. They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
I know a restaurant that was on that list that you haven't tried yet.
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals.
Those are all medicinal herbs.
Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Bough Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal.
I don't think pharmacies are normally where you go to get a meal.
After all, you can't work on an empty stomach. Do you think Shenhe might be an Adeptus?
Probably. I wouldn't rule it out.
It's her first time in Liyue Harbor, and she doesn't seem to get how things work here. If she is an Adeptus...
Haha, I turned off Paimon.
Where does she fit in with the other Adepti, though?
Oh, fuck.
Paimon's super curious.
Oh, unlock story. Character story 1. Keqing is the daughter of an illustrious Liyue family with a proud lineage. She is better acquainted than most with the influence that Rex Lapis has over the people of Liyue. Once every few years, in almost a cyclical fashion, a major reshuffle hits Liyue's economy after this rite of dissension. Once Rex Lapis' new policies are announced, some families celebrate while others grieve. The poor hope it will offer them the chance to finally make their fortunes, while the wealthy pray that their lives will not be swept away with the changing tides. Rather than carefully analyzing the economic climate, merchants are more prone to making investments based on belief, and in present-day Liyue, this is a forgivable strategy. Rex Lapis is a powerful deity, and he can be relied on for all things. Keqing has her reservations about all this. What if one day Rex Lapis stops fulfilling his duty? Then what would become of the people of Liyue? Liyue's present prosperity is akin to a magnificent sand castle on the beach. Humanity does not have the luxury of deciding when the tide may come in. However, Keqing is unable to garner majority support on her views. From most people's perspective, life is but a brief, insignificant moment in Liyue's long history, and there is no point in worrying oneself about an existential quandary. This perspective as far as Keqing is concerned, is lazy and cowardly, and denies that there is any value in its existence of the human race. If humans really have no value, Keqing retorts, then why should we expect the gods to care about us so much? Unwilling to compromise on her beliefs, she casts her skepticism on everything. Everything from Rex Lapis, loving kindness, to the people's laziness, to the way that society runs. Issues affecting humanity, humans' fate, should be handled by humans. And humans are more than capable of handling with finesse. Finally, the day came for her now famous speech at the Rite of Dissension. Rex Lapis has watched over Liyue for a millennium. But what about the next millennium? What about the next 10? The next 100 millennium? How long are we expecting his status quo to last? On hearing these words, Rex Lapis burst into a hearty laughter. But as for what exactly he was laughing about, only Rex Lapis himself knows.
After I took on the management of so many of Liyue's affairs, I had a newfound respect for Rex Lapis and all his hard work over the last millennium. Recently, every time I come up against a difficult problem with no obvious solution, I find myself thinking, what would Rex Lapis do? Maybe he really is an expert in everything, and I've got more left to learn than I realized. What do you mean, Geo-Archon paraphernalia? You're not suggesting my bedroom is full of that stuff, surely? I'm not a child anymore. Although... okay, I did buy a couple of Rex Lapis figurines recently, but they're just to keep me on the straight and narrow. Look, just because I own an idol or two does not mean I idolize him, okay?
I'm starting to lose respect, but I will hold my feelings in reserve.
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Ginseng, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of each.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's really eating them!
To everyone's astonishment, she polishes off all the medicinal herbs.
My hunger has now abated. Thank you.
Are they really that good?
Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
You basically ate 1.5 pounds of herbs.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Speaking of 1.5 pounds, how much do you think Paimon weighs?
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious, but should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains! That proves it! Paimon knew she was an Adeptus!
Enough about me. What are your plans from here?
Oh, right! Paimon almost forgot! We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition! And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to. But having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Welcome to the team.
Then let's not delay. I have a plan.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether, or to what extent, this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective.
There we go. My water bottle.
We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
No?
Vito! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Yeah, but it's not always about winning at what cost.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay? Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plostrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
This guy again.
Baiju? What are you doing out here?
This is his pharmacy. Of course he's here.
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're running low at the store, so I came out to fetch the ingredients personally.
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? I didn't ask, though. Far be it from me to pry into my customers' personal affairs.
I hope you never become playable.
Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Bough Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
Standing behind a desk for 8 hours? I could do that.
No, we've got other stuff to do. While you're here though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the 7 Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. It's very rare indeed. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Hey, we have an in there, right?
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baiju.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just come to the Bough Pharmacy.
With doctors like him, who needs funeral directors? Oh, we hit a world rank 30, which was expected. Which means we technically can do this now, but I want to do all the story quests before we jump to there, which means Perilous Trail is next on our list, but I have no clue what these missions are. I suspect they're locked to... It's an Archon quest. Interlude Chapter Act 2. Chapter 2 Prologue. Oh, this is Interlude Chapter Act 1, so I'm assuming we have to finish The Crane Returns on the Wind, and then we can do this. To the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Come, Barbara.
Go, Barbara, go!
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Hey, it's this guy again.
Oh? Why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now. I'll deal with them myself shortly.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master. With you on the job, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being, and we'll discuss the matter of the guild's orders in more detail later on.
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on? And how, pray tell, may I be of service?
Xingqiu, have you
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand. In this case, I'm guessing the final transaction price may be in excess of 500 million mora.
Jesus.
500 million?!
That's so expensive.
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one. The price is greatly inflated, and it's just not worth it.
You can say that again.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Seagazer?
Who?
Who?
Never heard of him.
Oh, Seagazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away.
Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Seagazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures, among which was some Sunset Vermilionite. After Seagazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and after cross-referencing them against each other, I'm now fairly certain that it is situated in the Lisha area.
That's great! But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure?
Why are the treasure hoarders bad guys again?
Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful? With him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Seagazer was very open-minded. Even while he was alive, he wouldn't have let something like this bother him.
Open-minded? I have not heard of Seagazer being described in this way before. May I ask where you read that?
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters after being abandoned for so long. So please, be very careful.
Okay, we will be. Thanks, Xingqiu.
I forgot that Barbara is here. Oh, now you don't do your idle animations, now that I put you on the spot, huh? Now. Now. Okay.
Let the show be.
All right. We shall build a beautiful chamber of Jade.
Let's see. Xingqiu said it should be around here, but Paimon doesn't see anything.
This place was hidden using a special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Wow, that's amazing! Yep, let's take another look around. Hey, look! Is that a new Sealy over there?
Seagaze Sunset. That was a poor fall. Oh, I could increase the world level again. I don't see the point in doing that. I guess it makes the rewards better. We're world level 1 right now, which means we can go to world level 2.
Got to here and then disappear. Should we go over and take a look?
Ice, Geo, Fire. Barbara, we no longer need your healing.
At the ready.
Party level is lower than recommended. What is recommended? Worry about that later.
Weren't we at a waterfall just now? How did we suddenly end up here?
We went through the waterfall.
Oh, so many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the Sunset Vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
Really? Let Paimon see. Huh? Isn't that the Sealy from before? Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and trees here don't seem complete. Oh, could there be something below the clouds?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the Adepti art.
All right, then let's do it.
I sense the presence of monsters in this place. I don't know where they are hiding, so we'd better be careful.
No, we have Shenhe.
Obey!
Spear user, cool.
Manifest!
Is she an ice user?
Obey!
I can't tell.
Take your true form! Transfiguration! Manifest!
So she's got one of those weird ones that I could have a charge version of. Oh, they're all level 49.
stone. As a dutiful maid would.
You can't keep up with me.
Fighting champion of
Get ready, I
Mondstadt.
won't let you down. No escape.
There we go.
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this? Unleash! Obey!
This seems fun.
Feeble! Cryo Incarnate! Unleash! Manifest!
Don't get frostbite.
Unleash! The core of the mechanism is exposed. Now's our chance.
No one escapes my sight. With sword comes shadow.
Alright. Make it as a rug and the fog clears along with it. Use your glider, idiot.
Is everyone okay? Look! The Celia's disappeared beneath the clouds again!
It looks like we need to go further down. But before that, let's destroy the guard mechanisms on this level first. My will embodied! Obey! In your dreams! Do your master's bidding!
Time to clean up. I must leave no stone unturned.
I unlocked Chapter 3 of this.
Steady as stone. Someone needs assistance.
Don't blink! Nowhere to hide.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Unleash! Manifest!
Oh, so sorry. Leave it all to me.
No one escapes my sights. Incoming. Hey!
Steady as stone.
Go away, shield.
I missed a spot. Someone. I missed a spot.
That's cheating. Cut to the chase.
Leave it all to me, as a good night should.
Please die.
Unleash! Shoo!
Let it rain. Nowhere to hide.
By ordinance divine!
Shoo.
Ruin Guard. Field Tiller.
We're gonna fall. This time, we're really gonna fall. So high. Luckily, there was a pool of water at the bottom. Otherwise, that could have ended very differently.
The ruling.
Hey! That Series on the move again. Let's catch up with it. I must leave no stone unturned. Huh. Something looks different about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Ah.
I'll race you there.
Another fucking
Bet you
core.
can't keep up with me. Go, go, Barry!
Take your true form! Manifest!
Don't get frostbite.
Don't blink!
Season's greetings.
Speed of light! With sword comes shadow. No escape!
Freeze!
Don't blink!
He does so much more damage than this thing.
Transfiguration! Oh! Obey! Manifest! Do your master's bidding!
As a dutiful maid would.
Speed of light!
Come on. Defeat the cube. Oh, motherfucker.
Not so hard!
Steady as stone.
What's the hurt? Dodge this! Ugh, I'm not done.
Can't keep up with me! I'll race you there!
Obey! Unleash! Oh!
Cut to the chase!
Leave it all to me. Ugh, that's going back in the wash. Someone needs assistance.
This thing's just too much damage.
Let it rain. Incoming. Hey! Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. I'll race you there. Go, go, Baron Bunny. Bet you can't keep up with me. Not so hard. Speed of light.
One down.
That was unexpected.
No one escapes my sights. Incoming.
I must leave no stone unturned. I'll catch up.
Don't blink. Hey! Cut to the chase.
I am a disgrace to the knights.
Cryo incarnate! Obey! Unleash!
Let it rain.
You got me. But they still need me.
You gotta be shitting me. The timers on these things is unrealistic. Nutritious meal version 5.93. Nutritious meal. When did I get this?
The assumption that every person has somewhere to call home is naive. I got used to living in the...
Is this it? Is this the Sunset Vermilionite?
Looks like it.
It's so huge.
So is the Jade Chamber. It needs to be big to get the whole Jade Chamber airborne.
That's true, but then again, why isn't it floating?
Plaustrite doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Plaustrite reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe, you seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment she has some time to spare, she'll come straight for me and start telling story after story. I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't expect them to ever come in handy like this.
I wonder who this master is.
Hold on a sec. Paimon just realized something. If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? Heck, we'll be dragged up into the sky too! But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it? This rock must weigh well over 1,000 pounds, surely!
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
How?
Are you sure? Be careful!
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a Plaustrite sample this large must be highly valuable. I will be gentle with it and make sure it does not get damaged.
Paimon meant you, Shenhe.
My safety.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get yourself hurt, no matter who you are. You gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy objects. It's just common sense.
Is it now? Well then, thank you. I'll go on ahead with the Plaustrite. Let's meet at the building site later.
How is Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength much? We can't slow down yet. Let's go meet her at the building site.
Huh. Geovishap. I think this is like one of those fights where Barbara would have been nice to have around. I forgot that I've been picking these up. Let's reconstruct our party that we had earlier.
I'll take care of it. Let's dance.
So teleporting to here is probably the fastest way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let the show begin.
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself? She's got to be one of those Adepti, surely.
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing so that in the coming year I may reap a more bountiful salary.
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. Congratulations, this item is approved for submission. I'm going to award you full marks for the Sunset Vermilionite item. May I take your name?
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They should be here any minute now.
Shenhe, and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the ones behind this. No wonder. The rarest talent turns in the rarest Plostrite specimen. But I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
I wonder if secretary has its roots in origin with helper.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found? Pretty amazing, right?
In truth, it is the finest piece of Plostrite we have received so far.
So far, you've received others?
If everything goes according to plan, we will use this piece in the foundation of the Jade Chamber, which will enable us to proceed to the next stage of construction. As a side note, Lady Ningguang has rented some dwellings in the nearby area to serve as accommodations for the contestants. If you need a place to rest, you are welcome to stay there. Now, please excuse me. As you can see, there is still a lot of work to do on the building site.
Shenhe, just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises.
Oh, really?
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it?
This lady has no emotions.
Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold their head up high and break into a big smug smile.
Must be easy to be smug and hold your head up high when you're floating off of being full of hot air.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an Adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
'Cause you are.
Yeah, 'cause that's how Adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Oh, are you not an Adeptus?
Shenhe?
You alright?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
She's weird, though. She eats medicinal herbs.
Well, Bygones said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice, comfy bed. Alright? Seriously, don't punish yourself like this.
Paimon is right. Guest accommodations are far more comfortable than in the wilderness.
Okay. If you insist.
Great! Now we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
Barbara.
Hi there. Checking in, are we? You're just in time. We only have 2 rooms left. Since this was chosen as the building site for the new Jade Chamber, we've had a constant stream of people in this area. And not just workers either. Visitors, business people, tea sellers, all sorts. So, business is booming for me today. Very few vacancies. You're lucky you got here when you did.
Great!
One of your rooms is still being cleaned. I guess it should be ready within the hour. The other room is just at the door on the left. Here are your keys. All right. Hope you enjoy your stay. Please excuse me, I'll leave you to it.
He seems nice.
Shenhe, you should go get some rest. We'll hang around outside until the other room's ready. Paimon's gonna go see if there's anything good to eat around here. Paimon couldn't help but notice one of the guests walk in with a huge grilled chicken drumstick before. Let's buy one for Shenhe too. She can have it as a midnight snack. Or save it for breakfast tomorrow.
She eats medicinal herbs. Like a crazy
right.
person.
I will head to my room for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. I will hear if you knock on the door.
Have a good rest.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, isn't that Cloud Retainer? What's she doing here? Let's go and say hi.
No, Paimon. What's more important is we find somewhere to cook something. Because I am out of food. There's gotta be food somewhere, right? A ledge. Oh. Other way.
One trusts you have met Shenhe. So, Are you getting along quite well?
So far, so good. Yeah. So, you know Shenhua too, Cloud Retainer?
Are you her master?
Naturally. Save for Ganyu, who spends the majority of her time in Liyue Harbor. All the Adepti living today are acquainted with Shenhe to some degree.
Cool. So, what's her Adeptus name anyway? Calling her Shenhua feels kind of friendly, but also kind of disrespectful. So Paimon's thinking maybe it'd be better if we called her by her Adeptus name instead.
Her Adeptus name? Why, pray tell, would Shenhe have an Adeptus name?
Don't all Adepti have a special title they go by?
On this latter point, you are correct. However, Shenhe is human.
Is she? Could have fooled me.
Oh, right. Wait, what?
Never would have guessed.
Paimon neither. This is a real surprise.
Do you mean to say that she presents differently from ordinary human beings?
Yes, very. She eats plants.
Well, to start with, her problem-solving methods are extremely direct.
Ah, yes. She was like this all those years ago when one first met her. In this respect, she has not changed. One first found Shenhe by chance in a cave. One was passing by and sensed the presence of a god's remains. Being of an ever-vigilant disposition, one entered immediately to inspect the scene. Inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old. In her hand, she held a dagger with which she was confronting a monster that was the god's remains incarnate.
Cool, she killed a god.
That sounds so dangerous.
When one arrived, she had already been locked in confrontation with this monster for several days.
Several days?
Most mortal children are fragile, both physically and mentally, and are highly reliant on their parents for survival. But not so her. That she was able to endure such terrible danger was due not only to her strong willpower, but also to the bloodlust and homicidal instinct with which she was born. One dealt with the monster, yet she still refused to lower her guard. She even pointed her dagger in one's direction and remained ready to strike. Only after she was satisfied that one had no intention to cause her harm did she finally relent. She then passed out without uttering a single word.
In other words, if you hadn't passed by that day, Shenhua might have...
Not necessarily. Upon one's arrival, one could sense that the god's wrath was gradually receding. Even had the stalemate continued, one suspects that Shenhe may have still emerged the victor of the confrontation.
That's still so dangerous, though. Why was a tiny little kid battling against the wrath of a god in the first place?
Alas, the mortal world is rife with suffering of every kind. And she had experienced her fair share of this, even at a tender age. Seeing that she was homeless, one decided to adopt her. Indeed, it is one to whom she refers. Shenhe has an extraordinary constitution, making her well adapted to practicing the Adepti arts. All the Adepti cherished her talents, and so we were willing to train her. However, her homicidal urges did not subside with age. Rather, they grew stronger day by day.
Great, we're harboring a murderer. Or someone with a penchant for murder.
Mooncarver once performed a divination for her. He declared that her fate is to bear the curse of calamity. Consumed by malevolent energy, she is prone to bring harm to those around her. Such is the magnitude of the danger this poses, that her soul must be bound with red ropes to keep her homicidal instinct at bay.
That's depressing.
The red ropes have indeed served to keep her calmer and more content. They also seem to have rendered her somewhat inexpressive. Perhaps the red ropes are so powerful that they have suppressed some of her other emotions as well. It is only by fate that people's paths may cross. Now that Shunhe's path has crossed with yours, please be sure to treasure the gift that fate has given you, and take good care of her.
Oh, now Paimon gets it. You came out here to check up on Shenhe because you were worried about her, didn't you?
Huh. You dare draw such a facile conclusion on the nature of one's present excursion? Incorrect. The truth is that while Liyue Harbor may seem peaceful today, danger is always lurking in the shadows.
Like what?
Ningguang once made a bold assertion that this is to be the era of the contract between Liyue and the humans. Well, one is most curious to observe how she will respond to the coming storm. If she handles it admirably, one is willing to be a witness to her achievements. But if she does not, the Adepti shall not hesitate to seize control. Let us conclude our conversation here for today. One has occupied enough of your time, and night is approaching. Be sure to get ample rest.
Hello? Game? The game crash? Oh. Yep. Reconnecting the server. I think I may have just lost my internet connection in the middle of that. Oh, I'm reconnecting though. We'll be right back when we sort this out. Okay, that was weird. This is why you always have to have a backup recording, people. Oh my god, we got teleported into the past again.
One trust you have.
So far, so good. Cool. Calling
Her adept on this lap.
Oh, right. Paimon neither.
Do you mean? Ah, one first inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old.
That sounds.
When one arrived, she had already been. That she was one
Alright,
dealt with.
let's get to the next thing.
Not necessarily. Alas,
If you didn't see this on the stream, that's
rife with suffering of every
blame
kind.
Xfinity.
And she had experienced. Indeed. However, moon carved red ropes.
I've already said all I need to say about this.
It is only by fate.
Oh, now Paimon gets.
Huh. You Ningguang want if she handle. Let us conclude our.
So, Shenhe isn't an Adeptus after all. She just grew up around the Adepti. Oh, no wonder she doesn't like being treated as an Adeptus. Having everyone falling over themselves to show their respect all the time must be kind of hard to deal with.
If she's not an Adeptus, how did she lift that fucking big off rock then? Fuck off rock then.
To me, all of it. Hey, so Shenhe.
Master has relayed my situation to you, I take it.
Oh, how did you know?
I'd intended to wait until you came back before going to sleep, but I didn't hear you come in. I was worried that something may have happened to you, so I went outside to check and caught sight of my master. On top of this, you have been acting very strangely around me this morning, causing me to suspect that my master must have told you everything about me. After all, Master is very talkative.
Sorry, Shenhe. Paimon had you down as an Adeptus this whole time, but it turns out Paimon was wrong.
It's okay. I don't mind. The fault is mine for not explaining everything to you sooner, because in my experience, trying to explain is a futile pursuit. Still, though you mistook me for an Adeptus, you never treated me as distant and unapproachable. Instead, you treated me as you would a friend.
More like a lost child, but yes.
For this, I am very grateful indeed.
To be fair, we've met our fair share of real Adepti, too. Anyway, now it's settled. From now on, you're our friend. Whether you're an Adeptus or a human isn't the important thing. First and foremost, we're just plain old friends.
Got it. Although I don't know quite what it entails in terms of what I have to do, I must say I like the title Friend very much indeed.
Great! Well, now that we're all rested up, we should start searching for the other 2 items on the list. But before we do that, let's go to the building site and ask Ningguang's little helper how the progress is going.
Ah, the secretary.
After all, Sunset Vermilionite is so rare. Paimon doubts many competitors will really be able to find any. If it turns out some of them have given up already, we'll be able to take things a little more slowly. Oh, and another thing. We bought some grilled chicken drumsticks on the way back last night. There was a place just outside. Here's one for you, Shenhe. Try it. They're so good.
I concur. It has a rich flavor, Far more agreeable than those I've cooked for myself in the wilderness in the past.
All right.
Look! Look! The Jade Chamber is floating into the sky! But it seems to be tied down by something.
That's because it's not finished.
Hey, Byron! And hey! People Paimon doesn't know?
I know the one in the middle because I saw her in the menu.
Given the enormous scale of the Jade Chamber, we split the construction work into 2 phases to make sure the structure remains balanced. Before we find some suitable plastrite, we build the Jade Chamber's keel at ground level. Once the plastrite is ready, we place it into the keel and let the partially constructed Jade Chamber rise up to the height of the surrounding mountain peaks. The remainder of the construction work is then carried out at that altitude. Once everything is ready, we release the iron tethers and allow the Jade Chamber to rise to its target altitude.
Miss Bygones, we've brought some new materials to submit.
One moment, I'll be right there. The construction work has only been able to progress this rapidly thanks to the plastrite provided by you. Lady Ningguang is most grateful and looks forward to seeing more of your work.
Wow, can't believe you sourced the plastrite so quickly. It's the key piece of the puzzle. Looks like you beat us to the punch. Wait, I know you. You're the one who fought against the Fatuian Osile, right? Oh, sure enough, your reputation precedes you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Beidou, captain of the Crux.
Beidou? Are you here to join the Jade Chamber contest too?
Sure am. I happened to get my hands on a chunk of Sunset Vermilionite on a voyage a while back, so I figured I'd bring it over.
Huh. So even though it's rare, we're not the only ones who managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, I've got some introductions to do. This is the renowned Miss Yun, or Yunjin, probably the most famous figure in the Liyue opera scene.
Ooh, opera.
Greetings.
These two are Paimon and the Traveler. I'm sure you've heard of them before. And this is... sorry, I'm not sure we've met.
Shenhe. I am their... friend.
Good to meet you. Well, from today on, I guess all of us are friends. Miss Yun is also here for the contest. Turns out she needed to borrow a boat, so we came together.
They both have visions. I see a Geo and an Electro vision.
It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. Miss Shenhe, though we are only meeting for the first time, I have a feeling that we will get along very well indeed.
What gives you that feeling?
To be honest with you all, I am in great need of this opportunity to ask Lady Ningguang a question. That's why I joined the contest. Thanks to my father's connections, I was able to acquire a specimen of the plastrite required. Fortunately, it was approved for submission, despite being a little on the diminutive side.
Wow. So it looks like the 3 of us are competitors now.
Excuse me for prying, Miss Shenhe, but are you competing as well?
No, I don't have any questions for Ningguang. I just wanted to help him win.
In that case, I have a proposal to make. Lady Ningguang said that the first 3 contestants to procure all 3 materials will be awarded the chance to ask a question. Well, there are 3 teams here. We can split the prize between us. Instead of competing against each other, we could work together to secure the top 3 places between us. What do you think?
Sounds great, but how does it change things exactly?
I think I see where you're going with this, Miss Yun.
3 questions to ask.
The plastrite was the most difficult item to source by a long shot. Luckily, all 3 of us managed to get our hands on it. The 2 remaining items aren't quite so rare, so as long as one of us finds a way to source it, the other 2 can hop on the bandwagon. How'd I do? Is that what you had in mind?
Precisely.
Huh. Interesting approach.
Okay then. All right, I'll go first. I have some leads on these wonder cores. From what I've heard, the core itself is really not that difficult to make. The hard part is getting hold of the ore used as raw materials. I'm gonna head back to the ship and ask Su Ling if he's heard of them. You guys...
We will head into town and seek advice from Master Zhang of Hanfeng's Ironmongers. Thoughts?
You can trust Master Zhang's smithing skills.
Wonderful. We'll split into teams then, and whoever makes progress first brings all of us a step closer to victory. I'm gonna take off. See you later.
Wonder where her ship is.
Okay, let's go! By the way, what question are you gonna ask Ningguang, Yunjin? I'm looking for a venue to host the performance of our new opera. Lady Ningguang has excellent judgment, so I would like to hear her opinion. Ooh, what's the opera called? Paimon wants to go see it. The opera is a labor of love by my father. He wrote it based on a popular urban legend about an evil spirit and an adeptus.
Uh-oh. I have bad feeling.
It's called The Divine Damsel of Devastation.
Uh-oh. It looks like I'm not the only one who caught on to that.
Ah, hello. Are you here for something off the shelf, or do you need something forged?
Excuse me, Master Zhang. We were wondering if you'd heard of something called a Wonder Core.
Of course I have. Sorry, who's asking?
My name is Yunjin. Perhaps you don't know me, but I believe that you forged some weaponry for my father in the past, for stage use.
Yunjin? Stage use? Oh, so you must be Miss Yoon. Sorry, my brain's finally caught up. It's not used to doing much beyond bashing a hammer all day.
This guy is much
Everyone's
nicer
heard
than
of you,
Wagner.
Miss Yoon. Even folks who don't make it to the opera all that often. Like myself. So, you're here to ask about Wonder Cores, huh? As it happens, I do know how to make them. Matter of fact, I made some for Lady Ningguang back when she was building the original Jade Chamber. The types of ore needed to make Wonder Cores are a little hard to come by. Lady Ningguang supplied them herself last time. I don't suppose you've brought any yourselves?
No? We were gonna ask you what kinds of ore we need.
Sure. Well, you'll need two kinds. Star Splinter Iron and Subrosium.
More MacGuffins.
If I remember correctly, Lady Ningguang sourced her Star Splinter Iron from the Mount Tianheng area. They say it resonates with visions. It could take some work, but if you stick with it, you'll find some eventually. As for the Subrosium, though, that's trickier. It's all but unheard of on the market. I'm really not sure. Sorry. What I've heard is that the people around Mount Tianheng have some sort of magic trick that can pinpoint the location of the stuff. Of course, it's probably just hearsay. If you want my advice, start by looking for Star Splinter Iron around Mount Tianheng. And if you run into any locals, ask them a few questions about Subrosium.
Mount Tianheng.
Interestingly enough, the story of the Divine Damsel of Devastation also takes place on that mountain. I hear the view there is quite spectacular. A favorite destination of the Adepti, in fact. Perhaps it can give me some inspiration. Let's not delay. We should head straight there.
Alright. Bygones like dust passing. Okay, I have a small little side project that I want to do. Frecky. There we go. Do I have any recipes in my inventory? Yeah, whatever. Oh, there's a ruin guard over here.
Speed of light!
Cool it!
Don't blink! With sword comes shadow. Speed of light! I'll protect us. Oh, hi. Incoming. Hi. Yeah. Let the show begin. Got lucky that time. Hey! Yeah, cut to the chase.
Dodge this!
Speed of light. Things are going so smoothly today. I'll protect us.
Alright. Barbara has so much HP. It's really nice to have someone to top off the HP. there's a teleport waypoint right next to our destination.
Yeah. I came to Mount Tianeng once with my father as a child. I remember it being such a long climb that I could barely feel my legs by the time we reached the top.
It is a tall mountain.
This is quite a trip down memory lane for me. Look at these majestic, towering peaks, and the gently flowing streams. It's like setting foot in paradise. No wonder the legend of the divine damsel of devastation is said to have taken place here. Adepti wander oft where mortals seldom stride. Indeed, this looks like a place that one might expect to be frequented by Adepti. The Divine Damsel of Devastation is your upcoming opera, right? And the story takes place in Mount Tianheng. Huh. Seems like you have a real connection with this place. What's the story about, though? It's the story of a girl becoming a hero. Cool! A hero story? They're Paimon's favorite! The legend first arose in this area. It is said that there used to be a prosperous village on the mountain. In that village, there was a loving couple who were completely devoted to one another. One day, a terrifying monster appeared. The wife was out collecting herbs and was captured by the monster. Her husband was so distraught at the news that it broke his spirit and drove him to madness. The vile and vicious monster told the villagers, "If you want to live, you must sacrifice a child to me." What a nasty piece of work! Paimon sure hopes this monster gets put in its place! But the monster was so terrible and so strong that all within the village were terrified of it. They had no choice but to give in to the monster's demand. Just while they were discussing whose child would be given over to the monster, a little girl suddenly stood up and came forward. No! Don't do it, little girl! Unbeknownst to anybody else, she was concealing an exorcist's blade. She approached the monster's lair, feigning fear and trepidation. When she finally arrived, she courageously drew her sword and entered into a fierce struggle with the monster, from which she eventually emerged as the victor.
We're doing the Jade Chamber quest. We're trying to build a new Jade Chamber.
Her extraordinary abilities drew the attention of the Adepti, and they took her as one of their own. Her story became the stuff of legends. But alas, the paths of mortals and Adepti seldom cross, and she would never again re-enter the mortal world. And so, destined to grace the mortal realm for but a brief moment, she vanished like a wisp of smoke into thin air.
Oh, I was suspecting it was Shenhei's story, but it has not been outright stated yet, which is why we're going to stare directly at her.
I really like this story.
Of course you do.
But I personally think that perhaps the little girl was not as brave as the opera makes her out to be. I'm not sure she deserves all the praise she is given.
I've never considered that before. Opera is always an interpretation of the events it purports to portray. A certain degree of deviation from the truth is always inevitable.
I'm thinking about adding a reward or something to make it so people can see how often the train boss is taking damage. That's what I hear a lot from people.
When my father wrote the script for this play, I suppose his intention was to inspire his audience with the character of the Divine Damsel.
I think it's a great story. The ideal story.
Well, It sure inspired Paimon! Let's go get ourselves some Star Splinter Iron! Yeah!
You do miss out on some good gems in the English dub, because we did a weird side quest on the last stream where Pro ZD, Sungwon Cho, was voicing a character in the English dub. Personally, her personality sounded very boring to begin with. What am I looking for? Use visions to find the Star Splinter ore.
Someone needs assistance.
I do have some respect. I do respect the fact that you call it a JP dub. Because it's one of those things that I always think is funny with the weird sub versus dub argument people make. It's like, technically, in most cases, it's all dub. Oh.
Someone needs assistance.
Jeez, these enemies getting so out of hand.
Don't blink! Incoming!
I hear sounds. Aha! I'm guessing that's it over there, too.
This should be enough Star Splinter Iron. Now we just need to find that Subrosium.
I think I saw a village on our way here. Master Zhang said we should ask the locals for help. Why don't we try there?
I guess 2 huts counts as a village these days.
Hey, there really is someone here. Yunjin, looks like you were right. Excuse us, sir. Can we ask you something? Huh. He didn't seem to catch that.
Hello, sir. We were just passing by and wanted to ask if you happen to know anything about Subrosium.
Is he trying to tell us to look for clues in the village? Well, whatever. Guess we're on our own here.
I've been told that good Russian dubs exist from a friend of mine, but I don't have a good enough grasp of the Russian language to confirm or deny that.
Shenhua, Yunjin, let's have a look around.
Sorry, you can go ahead without me. I'd like to have a word with this gentleman, if that's okay with you, Uncle Mingjin.
Uncle Mingjin?
It's...
Shenhe.
Shenhe. You're alive. The rumors were true. So, all these years? I'm sorry, I don't know how to find Subrosium, but I think you can find some information in the village. This place is deserted now. No one ever comes here. So you can rummage around all you want.
Huh? You know this guy, Shenhua?
Thank you, kind sir. We'll go and take a look around. Don't worry. Mingjun has no ill intention towards Miss Shenhe. She'll be quite safe.
Okay, then let's see what we can find in this village.
I was mostly referring to companies, but I'll take your word for it that Jam is a good Russian dubber. Or is he just like a good Russian VA?
Huh. What's this?
Ragged notebook. Oh boy, we got some reading to do. The doctor said you were gravely ill. Don't worry, I will give you everything I have to save you. My heart bleeds whenever I see you getting wearier, your illness beyond treatment. How I wish I could suffer the pain for you. You said you have no regrets in this life, and that you only wish for me to take good care of Shenhe. But if you regret nothing, why the tears? Okay. I'll probably look them up in my spare time. I don't know what I've been doing lately. Though I still breathe, I feel like an empty shell. I have read all the ancient texts I could get my hands on, looking for ways to save you, but it is utterly futile. I finally found it. It was Mingjun. He kept a book that could save you, hidden. I took it and followed its instructions to summon a god and offer sacrifice. Uh-oh. The god appeared. I told him that I am willing to exchange my life for yours. He kept silent and only pointed at our daughter, Shenhe. The god said her fate was to bear the curse of calamity, and that she was prone to bring harm to those close to her. The god also said that she might even have been the cause of your death. In that case, I thought I should. I left her in the cave that the god mentioned. 3 days have passed. And still no news. I grow restless from waiting, seized by an ominous feeling. I'm sorry, my love. Forgive me. You too, Shenhe. Please forgive me. How stupid I was. How blind. Let me apologize to both of you in person. Maybe this is the true story of the Divine Damsel of Devastation.
So, Shenhe is the Divine Damsel?
Confirmation. It's been so long since I've watched One Punch Man. I've actually only ever seen 2 or 3 episodes of the dub, and I think it's kind of meh.
Now that I think about it, she does behave rather like an Adeptus, and she is about the right age. So that's why I've been getting the strangest feeling whenever I chat with her. I should have noticed it earlier.
One of the things that a lot of people don't tend to understand about the English language is when you translate something to English, you get to pick the pronunciation. And then that is the correct pronunciation. Like, 90% of people aren't going to even use the correct pronunciation for octopus. Because it's a Greek word that got moved into the English language. So we use octopus.
According to this text, the divine damsel from the opera was actually the daughter of the loving couple. And she didn't volunteer. She was sacrificed to the monster by her own father. Oh, the truth is even more lamentable than the opera. Now I understand why Shenhe said the girl was not as brave as people think. It wasn't her choice to enter that ghastly situation. She was forced into it. Oh, it looks like my father may need to make a few revisions to his beloved opera.
I have the Chinese dub downloaded. I could switch to it and try to see how it's pronounced there, but the game wants me to reset to do that, so probably won't. Aha. A branch family
So it seems that Shenhe's father thought he was summoning a benevolent deity using a magic incantation. But in fact, he summoned an evil god's remains, which took the form of a monster.
Cool, now let me read it. A branch family of the Exorcist used to live in the east of the village, but around 2 weeks the mother died of a disease. The young daughter went missing, and shortly after the father hanged himself on a tree in the yard of his own house. It has been confirmed that traces of an evil god's remains were found in the village. The villagers are panicking, as no one is certain whether the evil god's remains are gone for good. Do be careful when you are in this area.
His obsessive yearning for his deceased wife led to a terrible tragedy. The villagers moved away in fear, without ever learning the truth. And now, this place is deserted. Still, I do wonder what the connection is between Shenhe and Mingjun.
The uncle.
We've looked everywhere, but still no mention of Subrosium. Let's have a look over there.
Should have looked in the main house to begin with.
This is it!
Magic engraved on Subrosium does not wear off easily. Some believe the stone to be a bridge between the living and the dead. However, finding Subrosium is no easy matter. You need to be at the right place at the right time. Legend has it that you may find Subrosium if you stand in the middle of the lake south of Mount Tiang at dusk and look in the direction of the setting sun.
So basically, we need to go to the middle of the lake south of Mount Tianheng at dusk, and we'll find us some Subrosium! Let's go back and tell Shenhe the news!
Quite a downpour. Nothing will get done until it clears. Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday said I'll do it tomorrow.
One year when I was back visiting, I heard a story about a white-haired adeptus from a merchant passing by. I never imagined it was you. I was a very close friend of your father's. I could have stopped him from performing the summoning ritual. I had plenty of chances, but I couldn't bring myself to stand up to him. I just let things happen, let it all escalate. Well, we all know how that story ended. I bring flowers back here every year. And each time I wish I had a chance to apologize to you.
Apologize for what? If you'd stopped him, he'd only have found another way.
Google Translate has never been reliable.
There is nothing he wouldn't have done for his true love. Nothing.
Do you still hate him?
I don't know what I feel. I'm told my fate is to bear the curse of calamity, so my master bound my soul with red ropes to curb my aggression. But it also dampened my emotions, making me dispassionate, like the Adepti.
One of the things that people don't realize about Google Translate is it does direct translation, which makes it so that it will only usually translate it the most direct way. Which is like, for instance, I have a lot of Spanish speakers that I know, as well as some in my family, whereas because of the fact that there's multiple versions of Spanish, there's like Spain Spanish and Mexican Spanish, Google Translate tends to do the dictionary definition, but pronunciations can vary on many words. And with Chinese and Japanese, I believe there's multiple dialects, and I don't know which dialect Google Translate will use. So, I've never really relied on translation from Google Translate. Especially not the pronunciation from Google Translate.
So if you ask me how I feel about the past, if I hate my father or not, the truth is, I feel nothing at all.
And I don't think they're pronouncing it Shenhua. I feel like they're more pronouncing it Shenhua. Like with the HWA sound. That's at least what I'm hearing.
It must have been so tough for you all these years.
Shenhua, we're back!
I've also noticed a few characters have been pronouncing it differently.
Oh, then I will leave you all in peace. Shenhe, it brings me some solace knowing that you are okay.
It's funny because that's not how she pronounces the name when she speaks it. It's weird to me.
I'll tell you more about the old times next time we meet.
Thanks, mister. We found some info in the end. Shenhua, look! This tells us how to find Subrosium. All we gotta do is go to the middle of that lake!
Let's go then.
Miss Shenhe, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Just now, in the village, we found your father's diary. It turns out that many of the details in the Divine Damsel of Devastation are not true to the facts, so I'd like to change them.
Why?
I know I say that opera always deviates from the truth, but now that the main character is standing right here in front of me, I cannot simply dismiss your lived experience in favor of my father's fiction.
It's okay. I like your version.
But,
she already told you that.
My master once said that the day I learn how to use my strength for the good of others is the day that I can truly become part of human society. So, I hope that one day I might be brave enough to stand up and protect others, just like the girl in the opera.
What'd you find in your video?
But I've never thought this way before, and I wonder whether I will continue to think in this way.
Don't worry. I believe you will. In fact, I think maybe you've already started to become the person you aspire to be. You just haven't had the opportunity to see it for yourself yet.
Shenhua! Yunjin! Cut the chit-chat! Let's go! We can't let someone else beat us to it!
To the middle of the lake.
Freeze! Cool it! Freeze!
So what'd you find in your video? You can post a link. There's no guarantee I'll be able to do much with it, though. You can send the video title and I can just look it up. Is that Xiao?
What brings you here? Have they found a solution to the danger in the sea?
What danger in the sea?
Ningguang didn't tell you. Something has happened in Guyan Stone Forest. According to the contract, as an Adeptus, I should not get involved for now. But these things can be unpredictable. I have a contingency plan of my own.
Ah, that might be interesting.
Only a single mountain lies between here and Leo. If things get out of control,
That's everything we need! Let's head back and report in! Paimon's curious if Beto's made any progress.
Okay.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Okay, let me just look at this real quick. Alright. Man, gotta love pulling up the internet. This is why I don't like pulling up the internet when I'm streaming, because it just sucks up all the bandwidth. It might actually be faster to pull this up on my phone. It's at 8 p.m. over here, which we're getting pretty close to the end of the stream at this point as well. We've been going for about 6 hours already. I'll bookmark that video as something to watch after the stream then.
Oh, goodness.
So, are they okay?
This is some top quality ore you found. I think I'll get a good end product out of these. Guess now it's my time to shine.
Hey everyone, how's the A-team doing?
I forgot that you were even part of this quest.
I ran into a bit of a brick wall on my end. Suling's never seen a Wonder Core before, and says it'd take a lot of research for him to get up to speed.
Leave the Wonder Cores to me. I'll work on them while you go about your business. Don't worry. It won't take me too long.
Much obliged, Master Zhang. We should look into the Adepti sigils next, but where should we find items relating to the Adepti?
To Juyong Karst.
I'll sort that out.
Oh? You got this then?
Yes. I have been training with the Adepti for years. I know a thing or two about making sigils. When we first met, I told you I came for the Jade Chamber, not the contest. In fact, I came specifically to deliver Adepti sigils. Master heard that Ningguang was planning to rebuild the Jade Chamber, so she sent me to deliver some Adepti sigils to her. Master also said she hoped that I can take this opportunity to rejoin human society. But now that I'm here, I wonder if I've been removed from the world for too long. There's so much basic knowledge that I lack.
Yes, like, having a 10,000-pound rock fall on you was bad.
Maybe it won't work for me to stay here after all. But either way, I'm very glad to have met you. And I'll take care of those Adepti sigils.
Without knowing the ins and outs of your situation, I can't say whether you should stay or not. But now that our paths have crossed, we'll always have a connection. So if you're ever feeling down, come find me on my ship. There'll be a drink waiting for you.
Thank you. So, Master Zhang, I'll need to use your facilities to make the sigils.
Fine by me. I'm actually curious to see how the Adepti arts work. Maybe I'll learn something.
Just 1 week ago, I woke up, opened the internet, and saw an interview with Genshin developer where they told that they will never be... Yes, I had been told about that. For me, I couldn't care less, because for me, I'm not playing this game for anything other than the story, for the most part. Because I was told that since there isn't going to be endgame content, I don't have to invest too much into it. So it just means that I can kind of play at a casual pace. And as a meme, whenever someone subs, I'll do a pull. Or if we have a stream boss here, whenever that dies, we do a pull as well. That reminds me, I switched back to the wrong scene. There we go. I thought my webcam felt a little out of place. But yeah. And from what I've heard, there's been some talk about that. From what I know the story of Genshin Impact and the entire game dev cycle, because the game is a game that is designed from the ground up to be a 4-year game, of course they don't have plans to do any endgame content. Because the end game doesn't exist yet. The endgame won't exist for another 2 years. It'll be 2024 before they even think about creating any endgame content. And I think people are overreacting to that. The game has a lot to do, and if you're at the point where you have nothing to do in the game, then just don't play. There was a few times where I felt like it was annoying and I had to grind, but other than that, I haven't really hit too many stopping points. I think this stream might have been the first time where we had any actual difficulty doing anything.
Whew. The sigils are ready. Though they are in some respects inferior to my master's, I can assure you there will be no quality issues.
I've finished forging the things you asked for, too.
Great! Let's go submit them before someone else gets there ahead of us.
That is an opinion, but like I just said, the game, this is one of the byproducts of the fact that we have we as a society have moved towards the games as a service model. Right now, like I said, the full game isn't even going to be out until about 2 years from now, and that'll be the point where they start considering making endgame content. Because you want to be making endgame content when you don't have an influx of new players. You want to be basically doing... You don't usually build a game with endgame content at the start if your game's not going to be finished in the games as a service model. It's one of the reasons why Sea of Thieves was considered to be really bad when it first came out, because they built the endgame content in first, and there was like nothing to motivate people to get to it. But as for me, it's kind of casual. I don't really have any reason to pull, and I don't. That's one of the reasons why I'm streaming it. So it's like, I don't have a reason to pull, and I just pull if I can. And that's why I'm making it so that we're doing pulls based off donations, bits, and subs. Just because it's like, if people want me to pull, I'll pull. But if people don't want me to pull, I won't. It's that simple. As for the whole thing about minigames, I don't really have an opinion on that. One thing I'm never going to get used to, though, is what they use as the confirm button and what's the back button. Because every other game I play, those buttons are literally swapped, and it really gets on my annoyance.
What's the hurry?
Barbara, heal.
Let's dance.
Ningguang's little secretary! We found all the materials!
Oh, already? All three of you found them together. Okay, I see.
That's one of the reasons why games as a service is just bad in concept. That's not really the fault of this game, that's more the fault of the fact that we shouldn't be playing games that are unfinished.
The Wonder Cores and Adepti Sigils look good. It seems that we found our winners. I hereby announce that the winners of this material procurement contest are the Traveler, Yunjin, and Beidou.
What? It's over already? I haven't even found the Plustrite yet!
Speaking of wasted potential, we built up all of these guys at the start of this mission, and we saw none of them or had interference from any of them at any point during this entire ordeal.
I can't believe it.
So close, but so far.
I'd like to invite our three winners to please proceed to the Jade Chamber, where Lady Ningguang is waiting for you.
Huh? Where's Beidou? She was right here!
Captain Beidou has some business to attend to. She will join later. Please come with me for now.
Alright then, guess we'll head on up to the Jade Chamber first. This has been a long time coming. The last time we went up to the Jade Chamber was ages ago.
I think what was I'm Scout has a pretty good video on how much there is to do, even if you're at like AR 60.
Combine the Adepti sigils with the Wonder Cores and insert them into the Jade Chamber's control compartment. The construction of the new Jade Chamber is now officially complete. Once the tethers are released, it will soar into the sky.
I think Ning Wang is the only English VA performance so far that I find a little lackluster. But I don't know if that is the fault of the... It probably is the fault of the ADR director. It might be, not sure. Or it just could be a mismatch casting.
Thank you all for your work. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise.
Yeah!
Miss Yun, I've already heard something about the reason for your involvement. You are looking for a venue for your new opera, aren't you?
That's right. Lady Ningguang, I would like to hear your opinion.
The unveiling of Miss Yun's grand new opera surely requires a venue of equal grandeur. So what would you say if I proposed that we stage your first performance right here, in the newly built Jade Chamber? The Jade Chamber offers a splendid panoramic view of the mountains and the bustling city. It is fitting for the finest performance to be hosted in the heavens. I can think of no better stage for you than here, Miss Yun.
Thank you, Lady Ningguang. Then I will prepare my props and other articles shortly. Please allow me to bring all these aboard the Jade Chamber.
I had no idea there was a cap on how many items you could hold. That's what we call a no-lifer. And then what those people should be doing is probably playing a different game. Because that's normally what you do when you've gotten a game to the point of completion, is you stop playing it or you move on to a different game. The games as a service model, which I personally don't like, you're going to hit those points faster because the game is still being made and there's still going to be content added, which means there'll still be stuff to do. And from what I'm told, this game updates every 5 weeks or so. That reminds me, I should do a reaction stream to the 3.3 trailer, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
You're quite welcome. It's truly what a good opera deserves.
Oh, a traveler, Shenhe, Paimon, I'll be leaving now. Do come and see my play when the time comes.
You're next. What is your question? I should clarify. I do not know your sister's whereabouts. Please, don't waste your question on this matter.
Wow, you're a mind reader, Ningguang. Oh well, guess Paimon will ask a question then.
This is why I didn't want to do this, because I knew that you guys would just waste this fucking question.
Managing a successful business is not as simple as you might think. Capital, connections, sensitivity to the trends, and instinct for what is a good opportunity. All of these traits are crucial. If you want to know how to make money, I will honor our agreement and give you an answer. But that is not to say that it will work for you.
Wow, Paimon hadn't even asked the question yet.
Your question was written all over your face. Now look, you helped me rebuild the Jade Chamber, and I intend to repay you handsomely for it. So I promise you that should you one day require financial assistance, you may seek employment here. I will pay you at the highest rate of remuneration.
Great! So next time we run out of Mora, we just need to come to Ningguang? No more questions from us. Shenhe, you got a question?
Me?
Yes, this is a group effort.
Thank you. But I don't have anything to ask.
Are you sure? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd urge you not to squander it.
Ask her how to acclimate to human society, then.
Yeah, just don't waste it. Hold on a second. Paimon can probably think of another one.
Lady Ningguang, do you think I can ever fit in Liyue Harbor?
Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Now that is an interesting question.
I've had personal questions about the artifact system. I don't know what the artifact grind is like, so I don't really have a comment or opinion on it.
Liyue Harbor is very inclusive. As long as you respect the rules here, you will not be turned away. So, the key is whether or not you yourself can develop a sense of belonging in Liyue Harbor.
Oh, a sense of belonging.
Yes. To become fond of a place, to feel part of it, it always requires a reason. Perhaps someone you've met, or something you've experienced here. Or perhaps you enjoy the atmosphere of Liyue, and you will become accustomed to it. In short, everyone needs a reason to stay. I hope you can find yours soon.
Then again, if you compare the artifact system to the loot system of a game like, let's say, Diablo, it doesn't really need endgame content. It just serves the purpose of making the progression easier. It's just a form of progression.
I see.
Hey, what's going on? I just went to see the fleet. I'm a little later than expected.
Come on, Beidou! It's your turn! Do you have a question for Ningguang?
Me? Nah, I ain't got any questions. She forced me to help out, so I figured I may as well get involved with the contest. Ningguang, don't forget what we talked about. It's not gonna be easy to deal with. I don't think my fleet can take it on their own.
Don't worry. I have made preparations. The wound dressings are ready, and the Millilith have set up an ambush.
What's going on there?
Watch your back. Stay alert.
Beidou? Ningguang?
Interesting.
What are you talking about?
You'll see when the Jade Chamber ascends. However, it's not the most pleasant topic of conversation. Maybe it's better that you don't know.
Alright, let's put a Jade Chamber in the sky.
When I first set foot in the Jade Chamber, I stood at the edge of the platform and looked down upon Liyue Harbor far below. At that time, I dreamed that one day the Jade Chamber's shadow would be seen in all 7 nations of Teyvat. My wish has not changed to this very day. However, it is not only out of consideration for myself that I have built the Jade Chamber anew at this time. I hope the Jade Chamber will always float in the skies above Liyue Harbor, bearing witness to the prosperity and peace of the human world. And I hope that you can all witness it with me. Let the Ascension ceremony commence!
Cutscene? Oh, here we go. How is that not the same?
Right on cue. The Avenger of the Vortex, Bygones.
Who is that?
Osial's wife. Final follower of the Overlord of the Vortex.
Sounds like you knew this was coming!
Beidou sensed something was stirring in the deep. She warned me months ago. Knowing she harbors hatred toward the Jade Chamber, I chose to rebuild it now as a way of drawing her out.
Got it. Well, let's go fetch the Adepti.
No. In this human age, the people of Liyue must find a way to overcome this crisis on our strength alone!
Yay, ka-ching!
All hands! Tsunami incoming!
What's that?
Wait! A giant wave!
You are a cursed child. Your life brings nothing but disaster to us all.
Interesting.
At least if you die, I can bring her back.
The day you learn how to use your strength for the good of others is the day that you can truly become part of human society.
Nice. Drop kick. So on the, you could probably make an argument. One of the reasons I don't play Diablo 3 anymore is because I felt like after getting to level 60, there really wasn't a wall, and it was just pushing to see higher number go up. It's also kind of why I don't play Borderlands anymore either. There is end game content, but it's not really worth doing.
What are you doing here?
We can't let you be the only one taking this risk!
I hardly see this as a great risk. The people of Liyue Harbor are well prepared, and she is already badly injured. Only sheer willpower is keeping her alive. I may be nearing the end of my stamina, but in a fight to the death, I think I have the upper hand.
We'll help too!
Speed of light!
Isn't Shenhe supposed to be an emotionless character?
Dodge this! What's the...
Obey!
Freeze! What's the hurry?
Is this boss gonna fight back at some point? Oh, that's a red line.
Oh, so sorry. Dodge this!
Don't blink! Ha.
Cool it!
Speed of light! Huh? Ha. Don't blink! Ha.
What's the hurry? Dodge this!
With sword comes shadow. Ha.
Alright.
Manifest! In your dreams!
I didn't think about this till now, but one of the things that might have also affected the voice acting is the fact that this game came out in 2020. I've been told that a lot of voice theater performances have been recast.
Let the show begin.
Leave it all to me. As a good knight should. Someone needs assistance.
Spin to win, Noelle.
Let's dance.
Unleash!
Do your master's bidding.
Steady as stone.
Top everyone off.
Hey! I'll protect us. Speed of light.
Manifest! Unleash!
Hey! Ready, steady, go!
Oh, bet you will regret this!
Don't get frostbite.
Incoming! Hey! Nowhere to hide. She's getting away! Shouldn't we go after her?
This place is unstable. It is too risky to continue pursuing her. If the place collapsed, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's head back.
Yeah, that's basically what I've been doing with Itching most of the time. I'm using my weaker characters to make the game harder. because I guess I have masochistic tendencies.
I'm just a little exhausted. Otherwise, fine. I wanted to deal with it myself. I didn't expect you to follow me. Don't worry. She's not coming back anytime soon. After an injury like that, she'll likely seek refuge somewhere else.
How did things go underwater?
It's been dealt with. She was injured before entering the water. It didn't take too much effort to finish the job.
Good. So the crisis has been safely averted. When you visit the Jade Chamber in the future, you will be afforded generous treatment.
Lady Ningguang, the fleet reports that the sea monster has left Guyun Stone Forest and the surrounding waters have returned to normal.
Thank you. How are the Millilith?
Thanks to the medical supplies you prepared and Lady Keqing's command, our losses were minimal. Of course, we owe huge thanks to this young lady for her help. On behalf of the entire Millilith, thank you for your service.
I think that tsunami would have wiped out a lot. Just like the hero in the story.
Great. Then next time I watch Miss Yun's opera, I'll be able to take the compliments. I wasn't trying to be a hero, though. I just wanted to protect you.
How nice.
Let the soldiers recuperate, but don't let your guard down. If she returns with a vengeance, we must be prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been monitoring us for some time now. I trust you've reached a conclusion.
You wish to hear one's opinion. Well, things would have hardly gone so smoothly had it not been for Shenhe.
But she's human, isn't she?
That I do not deny. However, final victory was always going to be ours, even had things been a little more arduous. If it came to it, I could always destroy another Jade Chamber.
One has observed your adaptation of the Guizhong Ballista, and find oneself compelled to admit that you have evidenced some degree of novel thinking. You have learned from past failures and prepared for this crisis in advance. This is considerable progress compared to the last time. Hence, on balance, one finds your performance during this trial satisfactory enough. But there will no doubt be further trials to come in the future. Do not suppose that one will not continue observing you hereafter.
While the position of Tianquan remains mine, I will always ensure Liyue's safety.
Shenhe, one saw you secretly venture out from the mountains a few years ago, and noticed the air of dejection in which you returned. Hopefully this trip to Liyue Harbor has been a different experience.
Yes. I can't explain it, but I feel happier than I expected.
Good. Traveler, please take good care of Shenhe. She is a dear child. In fact, one has many fond memories of Shenhe's childhood that she may be interested to hear about.
Really?
There'll be no need for that.
Oh. They are all like this. Fine. Since you care not to listen, one shan't be telling you. One shall be going homeward now.
I played like one season and said never again.
Please, have a good rest. Come to the Jade Chamber when you have recovered your energy.
Wow, I just realized that that paragraph there is so long it actually got cut off by the stream.
We must celebrate both the completion of the Jade Chamber and the fact that Liyue has weathered another crisis. This banquet must be the most spectacular ever.
Where the heart finds rest.
I'll catch up.
Where am I?
Someone needs assistance.
For your. Hi, Ka-ching.
The Millilith's casualties are within the range we expected. But in hindsight, there were still flaws with our plan. If we'd had more time, we could have built a barrier here to absorb the impact of the waves. We must learn from this experience and never repeat the same mistakes again. We were fortunate to have your assistance this time. Thank you.
Man, glad that we didn't just go straight to Inazuma. Just come back to a destroyed Liyue. Oh, I can teleport to the Jade Chamber now. Cool. I do love it when developers actually work well with the people playing their game. That's why I miss Heroes of the Storm's big development cycle.
Seated. It's Paimon's first time attending a banquet in the Jade Chamber. The food here looks amazing.
Paimon, I don't think I think this might be the first time most people have had a banquet at the Jade Chamber.
All of you here are my distinguished guests. I am determined that each of you thoroughly enjoys yourself. Those who don't drink alcohol, please, help yourself to other beverages. Fine wine is a delight to the senses, but it is far from the only one. I trust you will find the marvelous view from the Jade Chamber to be an equally gratifying indulgence.
I've never heard of Punishing Grey Raven. Or, Wuthering Waves. Or is that Weathering Waves?
Have you heard? Miss Yun's going to be performing today.
Sure have. Honestly, it's the main reason I'm here. I've never missed any of Miss Yun's performances, and I don't intend to start now. I hear she's going to perform The Divine Damsel of Devastation today, the one written by her father. I've been so excited that I've barely slept the last few nights.
Huh.
Hey, look! Miss Yun is going on stage!
Oh, I thought that was Xinghe. Original Chinese, I'm guessing. I think Chinese opera goes greatly underappreciated by the Western world. It's a great art form.
神女披冠到这里本该接近尾声，但今日我再添一笔，唱与诸位听。彼时鹤归，茫茫天地无依靠，孤身离去。今日再会，新朋旧友坐满堂，共聚此时。
I think Genshin spends quite a lot of money on the music, to be honest. In fact,
Personally, I thought I sang rather well.
you did great. It was amazing. But I think the biggest selling point for me for Genshin, besides the story, was the music is really, really good. I think if I had to pick a favorite track from the soundtrack that I've heard so far, I believe it was the one that plays during Fischl's character demo. Der Ewig Nacht or something along those lines.
It was beautiful. Paimon wants to learn too.
It was wonderful. Also, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks to you, the Divine Damsel of Devastation is a more nuanced tale than ever. The play has an ending, but life goes on. I believe you will find a way to fit in Liyue Harbor.
Thank you. I think I've found the opportunity I needed to change.
Ms. Yun. Here
Oh my
you
god, he's
are.
drunk already.
Great to see you. Huh? Hey, this young lady with the white hair looks like some kind of VIP. Yeah, that's it, like an Adeptus. Wait, you're the girl from the opera, aren't you? The Divine Damsel herself. And look who else we have here, the illustrious traveler. Well, I'll be. This was definitely worth showing up for. Let me pull up a chair, all right. We'll all have a friendly chat, get better acquainted.
Uh-oh.
Alternatively, you could leave us alone. That is, if you'd prefer to finish your drink via the orifice of your own choice.
Uh-oh. This feels all too familiar. Shenhe's back to her old self again.
I kind of forgot that she had a very nasty personality when we met her.
Hey, what are you doing?
Calm down, Shenhe. Calm down.
The crane returns on the wind. To be continued. On stage, behind the stage. Punishing Grey Ravel Narwhal.
Whenever you need me, I'll be there.
Well, I think this is as good a stopping point as any. It's been fun. I look forward to doing more of these in the meantime. We've been going for almost 7 hours. If you count the technical difficulties.
Would you like some tea? I'll brew you some. Do you take sugar? 1 cube or 2?
Luckily, I have the backup recording so that 10 minutes that we went down will be fine.